And now I think we're campfire friends. Welcome back to another one of these fantastic hangouts where, if I tell you what, if you all leave this show having even 25% of the joy that y'all bring me, we're winning. I want to circle the wagons today because this might indeed, we'll see, this might be either the last Elden Ring stream, period, or perhaps for some time. A lot of that depends on how this stream goes and what transpires during this stream. But before we jump headlong into today's adventure, I do kind of want to bring everybody around the campfire and just chat with you a bit. Hey, Turbo, good to see you. And here's kind of the bottom line up front. This show was created with you in mind, and the you who I'm talking to is the world's what I call the warrior class, the people who live by the warrior ethos. And let me explain that, because I'm not just talking about like soldiers or MMA fighters or those types of people. I'm talking about football players. I'm talking about entrepreneurs. I'm talking about artists. I've just seen that in my travels, these are the type of people on this planet who must carve their own path. They can't just go with the flow. Certainly they figure out ways to fit in with society and make it work, but they have to have some semblance of control of what they're doing. And I kind of wear Ronin armor in this game as a metaphor, symbol of that reality. A person who wants to carve their own path and certainly will ally with greater organizations, movements, and causes if necessary. A Ronin will lend their sword if they see a mutual benefit in that and the ability to serve, but not so much just going with the machine just for the sake of it. And so I know on the journey of an entrepreneur, on the journey of a football player, on the journey of an artist who's trying to carve out a life for themselves, it's hard, it's war, it's brutal. A lot like Elden Ring. Elden Ring's been a great metaphor for the lives that we live amongst each other. Right, that's who I make this show for. This show is really nothing more than a campfire hangout for a bunch of warriors after the fight. To hang out, hug each other, build each other up, get some rest, and get back ready for the next day. All right. Now, having said that, I'm aware. What's up, Hunter? Good to see you. What's up, Clem? I am aware that because we're talking about Elden Ring, and because the people of this community have a good amount of gravitas, some new folks have showed up and are interested in what we're up to. Right, a lot of you are Elden Ring fans, and I want to be respectful to that, because I in my satirical, normal way of making fun of everything on the planet, I'm going to shit all over this game, and the things that I think are silly. But for the Elden Ring fan who's watching this show, you have to understand that's coming from a place of love. I have no desire just to tear this game down for the sake of getting a laugh of my audience. I have a lot of respect and love for Elden Ring. A lot. And the title of this video is, I wanted Elden Ring to be my GOAT, but I don't think it can be. And I don't say that happily. For the first probably 40 hours of this game, I was convinced, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that this was going to be my favorite game of all time, and that it wasn't even going to be close. Like, Nier Automata was the last game to do that to me big time. Death Stranding did some of that to me, but I'm still kind of torn on some of its, like, Kojima puts a lot of fluff in his games that doesn't need to be there and wastes a lot of time. But the stuff that's in his games is murderously good. But anyway, coming back to Elden Ring. So for the person who's here watching, who's not in that warrior class, you're just here for the Elden Ring stuff, know that when I'm making jokes or when I'm tearing things down, it's for the sake of humor, but it's coming from a good place. I think Elden Ring, objectively speaking, is a masterpiece. I think it's one of the most empathetically developed games I've seen probably in the last 20 years, because it cares about the person playing the damn game. And I see so many games, especially when it comes to sports titles and titles that are made to be dopamine addiction simulators for people that are, in that world. They have no empathy or care for the player. It's just literally a login, give us more money, sign these forms, and you might get to have a good experience on the other end. From the time you turn this game on, it is a love letter to you, saying, hey, life is brutal, we get it, we're giving you an adventure to teach you how to overcome it. So from like a principled perspective, this is the greatest game of all time for me. But from a gameplay perspective, the thing that means everything to me, I don't care about stories. I know since, I'm a bit older than most of the people who make gaming content, so I come from a different gaming generation. I have different sensibilities. And it's not just because I'm a boomer or because I'm old, it's because I grew up playing games that you never saw. And so my definition of a video game is very like these walking simulators are not video games to me. Now I don't say that's not a game. You can't call it a game. Call it what you want. Oh, shit. I'm not gonna waste my energy chasing people around the earth, telling them how to live their lives. That's stupid, right? But I grew up with a very different sensibility of what a video game is. Up until the modern times, where games like Two Worlds caught my heart, my favorite video game was Metroid, the original, not Super. So you can understand my expectations when playing a video game are very different than someone who's sitting down to play Elden Ring. But the reason why I'm giving this really long preface to the show is for you Elden Ring fans, I want you to know that I'm highly competitive and I talk a lot of shit, especially when I'm losing. I'm not like, because there's been some people that have seen the show and they think I'm complaining. I'm not complaining at all. I love this game. I think it's fantastic. There are some things this game does that I think are silly. I make fun of them. But that's a personal preference. That doesn't mean it's objectively bad. Okay? Now, I also know that a lot of people who play this game identify this game as part of their identity. And what I mean by that is you've identified your person as someone who can overcome hardship. That's part of who you think you are. And because you're willing to dance with this game and quote-unquote get good at it, you see yourself as a person who's willing to overcome hardships that other people can't or won't. I respect that. Because as a football player and a soldier, I've done things that 98% of the damn culture can't do, let alone would if they could. So I get it. I think Elden Ring, I think From Software fans and football players have a lot in common, even though our approaches are very different to what we like at times. I'm sure there's football players that love the Elden Ring approach. But I also have to say, in the history of playing video games, I respect From Software tremendously. I have always not liked their games. Excuse me, until Elden Ring. And as I was playing Elden Ring, I was constantly afraid that at some point, this game is going to do to me what every From Software game has done, which takes me from a state of, I love this game, to I don't want to play this anymore. Thankfully, I didn't get all the way there with Elden Ring, but I got close. And it comes down to what the fans of this game call the hardest battles, the hard. I don't think they are hard in the way I define hardship. Right? I will admit to you that it is challenging and difficult. Okay? But when you talk about like hard, hard is getting punched in the eye in real life. Not memorizing a bunch of, complicated button mashes that I have to do at exactly the right time to not die when a chimpanzee of a boss is flailing through the air. And that's exactly what I don't like about these games, is the obscuring what the player is supposed to do behind tells and weird movements of characters, so that you have to engage with them for an extended period of time until you learn those tells and master them, or quote-unquote get good. I would submit to the fans of this series the process of getting good is not fun for people who are purpose-driven. The reason why I don't like most From Software games, I believe, is the reason why I don't like most platformers. The only reward you give me for completing the level in a platformer is completing the level. Simply beating this boss doesn't really give me a lot of joy. My joy comes from the mastering of the entire war, not winning an individual battle. Completion and ultimate annihilation is what I play video games for. From Software doesn't agree with that. That's why I'm mostly at odds. I mostly don't like what their games are, because it's predicated on handicapping the player. Like, I'll tell you, this character who I've leveled up to whatever, 200 and something, is still less agile and athletic than I am at my older age. That is hard for a person like me to engage with a video game where the avatar I'm playing as on screen sucks worse than I do in real life. That's hard. I don't know if anybody else experiences that, but I do. But coming back to the point that I'm trying to make for all the Elden Ring fans, understand that when I am poking fun, it's just that. I'm just poking fun. On the objective side of the house, I love Elden Ring games. I love what Elden Ring is, and I love what they've been able to produce. And interestingly enough, I've been able to get over parts of this game that I don't like, because what Elden Ring, the one thing Elden Ring added to From Software games that I thought was desperately needed for people like me who don't just want to follow your dumbass rule set for your game. I want to break the game and do it in more creative ways. This game allows that. This is the first game that really allowed it to my liking. But as you progress through the game, you eventually get to places where they stop allowing it as much. And that's where I started to fall out of love, because now the game has effectively become harder, quote unquote, but what's making it harder is kind of synthetic. You're making it harder because everything's just better than I am. How can I go be better? Oh, you can dance around with this thing 25 times and learn its dance moves. Yeah, but that's not fun. I get that there's people who like playing Simon Says as a video game. I don't want to do that. Is there any other way to beat this guy? Unfortunately, in Elden Ring, there's almost been another way to beat the guy than doing the dumb-ass fucking salsa dance that is this game's combat system. So, for the record, I don't like From Software's combat systems. They're too clunky. You play around like an unathletic dolt who can't fight, even at level whatever I am. And the hardness of the game comes from how bad you suck. I apologize. I, in my personal life, suck less than this thing you're making me play on screen. I know that sounds arrogant, but it is the truth. Like, I'm not lying, even though I am kind of joking. But thankfully, because what I've always argued is that From Software games, and by the way, just so everybody knows my backstory, I've actually done some of these fights in real life, except I did it with guns, not swords. I'll just tell you that, like, real fighting, in some ways, is more fun than this game, because it's, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, the game is hard because it forces you to fight like an unathletic idiot. Instead of like, wait a minute, I would fight this much differently, but you don't have the access to do that. It's, you have to play the game the way the game set it up, and you are handicapped. Now, the challenge of the game, why I think people love it so much, and I respect their love for it, is getting around your handicaps is the challenge. But in my life, I just remove my handicaps. I will never get into a fight with somebody that outclasses me. I will train until I am the better opponent before I fight you. That is my life philosophy in real life. So obviously this game is hard because it's made for the nerd who knows they're weaker, knows that they can't fight this guy, but if they're smart and they do the little dance step, they learn the little dance revolution moves to beat the boss, they can still win even though they're weaker than the thing they're fighting. I respect the psychology of that. I just don't have a personality where that brings me joy. You know, being forced to believe I'm weaker than I am. That's not exactly what I signed up for. Like, the world reminds me constantly of how weak I am. I come to video games for like a kind of a, hey, can I pretend to be strong for 5 minutes? Oh, not in Elden Ring. You get that ass. So that's just kind of to give you guys some background. But I need all the Elden Ring fans to understand that when I'm poking fun at some of the things I think are silly in the game, that's just personal preference. I don't objectively think it's wrong. I am also not complaining. Like, somebody had gotten upset about my commentary about the Spirit Ashes, because the Spirit Ashes are a very strong point of contention in this community. Like, a lot of the hardcore fans hate it, and I respect that. Like, you don't want the help. Like, for me, Spirit Ashes make fights faster, not easier. My thing in video games, speed, freedom. Speed, freedom. Get me the fuck out of here. Like, my philosophy is no boss fight should go past 3 minutes. If it goes past 3 minutes, you're making a thing take longer than it needs to give me joy. Right? And believe me, I know role-playing game fans violently disagree with that. And I'm okay with that. We can agree to disagree and just admit that we like different things. And I won't tell you you're wrong for liking, you know, Xenosaga's 1 hour mandatory boss fight. Fuck you. I got kids. I'm not doing that shit. Right? And role-playing games are predicated on wasting time, and that's the antichrist, I think, of Earth is people who waste time or ask you to waste yours. Right? So, I need you to know that I think Elden Ring is a masterpiece. It is a fantastic game, even if there are elements of it that I wish, like, for my tastes, I would like them to be different. But I'm not complaining. I'm not asking From Software to change anything. In fact, like, I think people thought I was complaining in my MALENIA video. I wasn't. I was simply pointing out that all you people screaming on the internet about, they broke MALENIA, the video was saying, no, they did not. They made her more challenging on purpose because the nerds are complaining. Their core audience that make them their money, at least from the corner of the internet I sit from, they're bitching right now because this fight, and I agree with them on this premise, that fight is not hard at all. There have been, like, if you watch some of my videos of fighting MALENIA, her first form, when the Spirit Ashes act properly, which is never, it's once every 20 fights your Spirit Ashes will actually be helpful. I think that's actually the algorithm. If fight count equals 20, let Spirit Ashes actually not suck is probably a line of code somewhere. But, and I'm a computer scientist by background, that's why I sometimes can talk about these games at a more technical level. But the point there is, like, when the Spirit Ashes behave properly, we can take out MALENIA's first form in under 30 seconds. Like it's masterful and it's so much fun to do, and it gives you this sense of, man, I built this and I did this and now we beat this monster, quote unquote's ass. That's what I get out of video games. The From Software audience wants to have the shit beat out of them for 45 minutes and survive it, because I think they're all abuse victims. And I'm not making fun of you. I'm an abuse victim too. I hope everybody understands. When I make the abuse jokes about this game, I'm not making fun of people's fucking trauma. I've lived through that shit. That's why I can relate to you and talk about it. All right? You guys got to understand, you got a brother out here who likes you and cares about you, not someone who's trying to tear you down. But like that felt masterful and it felt great. And I could see like, oh, it's like, oh, the From Software fans are going to have a field day with this. This is this is supposedly the hardest boss in the game. I've heard some From Software people say it's the hardest boss they've ever come up with, which I'm like, really? She's not really, quote unquote, to me, she's not hard. She just is, she has one thing she's capable of doing that breaks the fight, which is no matter what you do to her, she can escape if she needs to. No matter if you, like, I have had her stun locked and she can still fly the fuck out of it because the game doesn't want you to win that easy. Like, it's obvious to me that the end game, to me, some of the end game elements were not finished before they launched this game. They were finished enough to work properly and be good and still have an excellent game that probably wins all the game awards. But I don't think Malenia and the Halig Tree or like Farum Azula, I don't think those parts of the game were fully balanced. Because some of the difficulty ramps up in ways that I remember going through. If you guys saw my Farum Azula where I was complaining about a specific part of it, that I was like, From Software needs to fix this. Because it's not hard. Like, you're just making the players spend 8 minutes in this section where they should only have to spend 30 seconds. This is a stoplight in the game. Why are you doing this? There's no benefit to the player for this 8-minute time waste-a-thon. Like that type of, I've played enough of this game to see those level of flaws. You know, and so there's that in the game. To me, it just seems like those parts of the game were not, and they're working on, like, they're obviously working on the game constantly, which I think shows the kind of character these people have. And that's why I wanted to do that promotion with GameStop so bad that I ended up walking away from, because I wanted to promote From Software. The whole reason I was agreeing to do business with GameStop was so that I could promote From Software. Like, that's literally how, like, I don't even like your games that much, but I love your company so much that I want to do promotions to help you sell more games to people that love you. All right, so everybody who loves that game, know that that's where I'm coming from. Love From Software, just don't always love the philosophy behind, you know, how they design their games. And we're allowed to do that, right? You guys will give me that olive branch, and I'll give you the olive branch of saying, hey, because you like doing weird Simon Says Dance Revolution challenges in your boss fights, I won't judge you for that. We'll all be friends. All right, so today, what we're going to do, we're going to beat the game. And so the title here is I wanted Elden Ring to be my GOAT, but I don't think it can be. I'm going to demonstrate that today. I'm actually going to go do something that I believe part of the parts of this game that I don't love. I believe at least 50% of it is my fault, and I'm going to test that theory today. So if it's my fault, if the things I'm disliking are because of my ignorance, and I accept, obviously, I am a rookie at From Software games, it's very possible. If the things I don't like about this game are because of my ignorance, we're going to find that out today. And if what I'm about to do fixes the beef that I have, I will drop all of the fucking things I said that I didn't like about this game, and I'll say, hey, I just needed to get better educated. Didn't really need to get good, because guys, here's the deal. I'm never getting good at timed fucking QTEs. And that was the reason why this game can't be the GOAT, is it took me 100 hours of playing this to realize, oh, the super hard bosses in this game are QTEs. They're Shenmue level QTEs. And I hate QTEs. I fucking hate them. Dying Light's final boss was a QTE. I wanted to punch them in the mouth. Now, I love them too because they sent me that game for free to review. When I got to the end of Dying Light, I wanted to punch the designers in the face. I was like, you made this a QTE? Like, did you think you'd make a boss that the player couldn't beat? That's why you had to make it a Dance Dance Revolution challenge? So anyway, let me check my current levels. Yeah, I think we got enough. So my theory is that part of my frustration with the end game here, let's actually change some of this out. Part of my frustration with the end game is the way I built my character. So let's take a look. I love speed because I was a wide receiver in football. You don't get to be that by being incredibly slow. I was also a competitive track athlete that won. I won district championships. I think I made it either to the regional or state levels. And once you get to that level, you're competing against Usain Bolt. Like the Usain Bolt of your state is at that competition, and it's just nobody's beating him. Fuck you. Like there's just some people genetically who are going to win, and if the aliens show up and be like, "We want the fastest one," so I guess I don't make it. But I'll make it into the fastest of Earth, but never the like 1%. But it's like I love speed and being able to do things fast and move fast, and this game is about being clunky and plotting. So I think my fundamental challenge here is that I leveled intelligence too much. Because I wrongly believe that there's going to be some spells that I can get at the end that are going to be supremely helpful as augments to the way I like to fight. Because I love power leveling, and I knew coming in that From Software games really aren't about that. It's about being hard all the time because all you guys are manically depressed, and you get joy out of getting beat up because that's been your life. Depressed people, that's something we go through. But I think my theory is if I take all my intelligence down and just switch it to strength, I think I would have immediately liked this game better. Because so my problem with the game is I can't do timed button mashes. I can't. My brain does not register them on screen. So I'm going to get hit. At some point, the boss that can do the move that you have to dodge, I'm going to get hit by it. Like, a lot of these fights are predicated on you have to perfectly do the Dance Dance Revolution thing properly. I can't. Like, I physically can't. I won't get good at that because my genetics won't allow it. Just like physically, my doctors will no longer allow me to do squats, and I hate it because it's the best lift for generating natural human growth hormone on the planet, and I can't do it anymore, so I have to work harder to be big than I used to. But the doctors say no. Your neck, your back, all that shit, you can't balance the weight on your back like that. You can also no longer wear rucksacks. You can wear body armor when you work out, stop wearing, but like, I just accept there's certain things I can't do. And I think because I made my strength not low, but not high enough, like I need to be able to take 1 or 2 hits and still win, is what I'm saying. Because I'm never going to learn that the get good that everyone's talking about is literally just watching a chimpanzee have a seizure and dodging the parts where the seizure would hit you. That's the get good of this game. It's getting good at dancing, and I hate it. I don't like dancing very much either, if that gives you any clues. But my theory is if I had just taken all of the points I put in intelligence trying to get these spells that I found out later were completely pointless and made myself more of a tank who could also move quickly, I probably would have liked the game better. I don't know that, but we're going to go test it out. We're going to run some tests here, and then we're going to go to the end of the game. And hopefully win. Hopefully we win at the end of it. We'll see. But yeah, and I think, like I said, this may be the last stream because I don't think I'm going to stream when I eventually beat Malenia because I'll beat her. And I'll beat her fair and square. I'm not going to do that cheese shit. Because first of all, I don't feel like running around getting all the spells you have to do that cheese. And I watch the cheese. I'm like, dude, this fight is not hard. She's just cheap as shit. She's literally like a Contra or like, and that's why I always laugh when the nerds who grew up with From Software games call this shit hard. It's like, have any of you beaten Ninja Gaiden on the NES? If you hadn't, shut the fuck up about hard games. You don't know hard. You don't. And I'll tell you, the olive branch I'll give From Software fans, because inevitably I'll meet one that also, like me, beat Ninja Gaiden without cheating. It's impossible. And yes, I spent an entire damn Saturday during the summer doing it. Like, this shit isn't hard. Like, Malenia is not even difficult. Why are you cheesing her? She's just cheap, and you have to make sure she misses when she does her cheap shit. End of fight. That's like literally the fight. You can kill. Her first form goes down in 30 seconds if you get it right. So, yeah, I'm not doing all that cheese shit. But I know I'll have to do 17 tries to learn all of her damn orangutan jumping around bullshit. So it's like, all right, I will do that off camera because I think it's annoying and I don't want you guys to sit there and listen and be frustrated for hours. All right, I'm going to take some comments before we do let's respec our character into something that's respectable. This guy sucks. All right. Clem says, LOL, I will always say fuck this game, but this is the first game I enjoyed in a long time. LOL, it was well done compared to a lot of new. Oh, dude, this game, like if we want to just compare quality of game, I haven't seen a better game than Elden Ring. And probably Death Stranding's up there, Nier Automata's up there. What else would I give a nod to? What other modern games have been like supremely dope? Like even games I don't like that I can say, you know, I don't like that game, but it's awesome. I'll think of some. You guys will throw out some too. Throw out some of y'all's experiences in the comments, man. I love hearing y'all stories more than I enjoy telling all my narcissistic nonsense. Toast Runner says, you didn't beat the game at solo. Level 1 naked with a stick. You didn't beat the Yeah, I know. That is the core audience of this game. And I relate to the core audience of this game because you're like a nerdy version of my Special Forces operator friends. Like the kind of one of the cliche phrases in that world is if it doesn't suck, we don't do it. So I relate to these Elden Ring nerds. They're like, yeah, I beat the game in my draws with one rock. It's like, yeah, that's cool as shit. I like that. Also, this is a video game. How many times did you get laid for doing that? None? All right, I'm going to need you to take half the time you were going to invest being able to be a naked guy running around with a stick, learning the stock market and how to lift weights so you can have some fucking money and be strong. Stop complaining to me about being broke because you spent all your time getting good at something that doesn't matter. That's all I want to say to From Software fans. Like, hey, we're brothers. I'm with you. But go get good at some shit that actually helps your life unless you're making money off Elden Ring like we are. Nah, talking about getting good. What's up, brother? It's good to see you. Rain Man says, I'll be glad when Elden Ring is in the past tense. Elden Ring. Elden Rung. That's a good one. B-. Good job. Toast Runner says, it was a smart move by FromSoft. The amount of reaction videos to Malenia advertising their game was insane. So my whole point in that video when people thought I was, is he complaining about Malenia getting harder? Like, first of all, get some therapy. Why are you screaming at people about a fucking, like, if your identity is wrapped up in a video game, your life's fucked. Like, you prepare for pain. Like, people talk about this game, prepare to die, prepare for pain. Like, if most of your identity is wrapped up in your video games, your life sucks. We gotta get you to interact with some real people. But no, my point in saying they quote unquote broke Malenia was that it was smart. Their hardcore fans are gonna roast this. Like, I got to Malenia and thought she was easy. She's just cheap as fuck. She's an old school cheap boss that you have to do 9 times because she's programmed on a randomizer that says at some point she will be easier if you just keep doing it. If you don't believe me, watch all my Malenia videos where we kill her in 30 seconds doing the exact same strategy that in the next fight takes 7 minutes. It's a randomizer, right? When you start learning how to program computers, you'll be able to see that shit. Right? So, no, my point was, yeah, I'm kind of glad they, quote-unquote, broke her because these nerds complain that the game isn't hard enough because they don't get laid enough. Like, they're coming here to replace the getting laid quotient in their life. Like, give them the thing they want before they burn down the village. That was what I was saying. I wasn't complaining. Now, I also thought it was silly because she's just I'm trying to think of a boss I could compare her to from when I was a kid. Like, all the shit I fought as a kid, I can't believe I beat half the games I beat. But it's like, if you call From Software games hard and you can't beat Ninja Gaiden on the NES, shut the fuck up. This game is not hard. And that's what I meant in my video. It's not hard in the sense of, oh, I'm doing a thing that is challenging me as a man. I'm doing a thing that's highly complex that requires me not to make a lot of mistakes. Like, it's like a nerd's version of what a fight would look like. Like, when you get in a real fight, nerds, you're just going to get punched. There is no parrying button that you get to push. You actually have to be good at ducking. TK Nelson says, Elden Ring is honestly a fantasy rhythm game. Yeah. And it took me way too long to figure, oh, this is Dance Dance Revolution. I hate that. Like, I hate timed button mashes and things in video games that have timers. I hate that shit. And had I known that that was kind of From Software's thing, I would have been smarter. But even having said that, at least in Elden Ring, they give you a way around it. So at least in Elden Ring, I didn't have to fight like an idiot 90% of the game, which is what I hate about it. It's like, guys, this game's only challenging because they're making you fight like people who don't know how to fight. If I could show you a couple of things, and if the game would allow it, this would be a lot more fun. But you're not here for fun. You're here to, You're here for exposure therapy for your trauma. I got it. You need the trauma levels to be high. And don't I'm not again, I'm making fun but in love. I have used shooter games to do exposure therapy for shit that I've experienced in war. So, yeah, it's a joke, but I also get it. Joe says, I've always considered From Software games rhythm games. Yeah, I just hate that I was too stupid to figure that out for so long. I wish I had been smart like you guys and figured that out faster. If I had, I never would have touched their games ever. I'd be like, oh, yeah, no, I'm good. I don't need to do that shit. Joe says, manically depressed abuse victim here. Yeah, everybody who loves this game is super... Like, the people who need to run around in their underwear with a stick, you just have really bad depression. And this is how you're dealing with it. I got some people that can help you if you ever want to actually be happy. Yeah, guys, I study psychology at a very strong level. Like, these jokes that I make aren't, I'm not just pulling them out of my ass. Like, I do read about this shit, study it, work with a therapist regularly who also is a mentor of mine to help me make sure that all the shit I'm reading in the DSM-5, when I relay it to other people, I'm saying it right. If you don't know what the DSM-5 is, look it up. DSM, Delta Sierra Mike -5. That is one of my Bibles. DK Nelson says, oof, I didn't mean to send it incomplete, but it's fair in the sense that you have options. B, the ladies are lining up at my door, brother. All want a piece of the naked stick man action. TK Nelson says, I don't need to get laid. Malenia has banged me 1,000 times already. A joke only a video game nerd would understand. I get it, brother. Totally get it. God, at some point during the show, somebody help me remember a boss fight from, if you're old enough like I am to remember the NES. Like, when we played actually hard games, like Renegade. Have any of you beat Renegade? Yeah, that shit. Good luck. From Software is hard. And you have it. Like, I don't even want to know if you beat Ninja Gaiden. All I need to know is what level did you get to? Because I know none of you beat it. Because I know how hard it is. I spent an entire summer as a kid doing it fair. I spent an entire summer in 2014 cheating my way through that game and still barely beat it. Cheating! That's how hard that damn game is now old me can't even relive the shit I did as a kid. I had to cheat. I was like, how in God's name did I do this as a kid? I get that when you get older, you lose some of your brain power and your dexterity, but damn, am I that bad? Woo. Like, all I need to know is what level you got to. That'll tell me everything about how much you like hard shit, Mr. Stick in your underwear. Like, the thing that why I don't respect this game so much for being, because everyone talks about it being hard. It's not hard. You've just trained yourself to obey the rules of it better than everybody else. And I guess you can call that challenging. But you're just better at being a conformist than the rest of us are. If you're the guy running around with the stick in the underwear, you are the most conformist person on the planet because you conformed exactly to the game's rules. And the rest of us are like, well, that's dumb. Why would I fight a dragon that's 90 feet tall by standing under it? Why don't we get on a building and, like, we need to develop, like, that is exactly when the country would get together and be like, all right, we need to build nukes. Well, the Tarnished is out there swinging at them. Why? We're building nukes. Like, so the whole difficulty of the game is predicated on just forcing you into stupid-ass situations that actual people who have been in real fights laugh at. Like, yeah, good luck with that, nerds. Like, if the world's safety is dependent on this fight, let's just go ahead and pack our fucking bags and get ready for the afterlife. Clem says, a few game when I was young that was tough for me and I beat was Revenge of Shinobi. Yep. Oh, RoboCop. Dude. I will say... From Software is about on the level with RoboCop. Oh, no. You said RoboCop versus Terminator. Whole different game. Yeah, so Ghost and Goblins is the type of difficulty I would relate Dark Souls to. So if you were a huge Ghost and Goblins fan back in the day, again, that's a game about learning patterns and obeying rules. But it's on crack. It's like Castlevania on crack. And that's exactly what From Software games is. It's just Castlevania and Mega Man got together, had a baby, did crack, and then Dark Souls. Blam, there you go. Dude, Clem, try to beat Ninja Gaiden even with emulators, bro. Even with save states, that shit is impossible. Like, I would say RoboCop and Ghosts and Goblins are on the level with Dark Souls. They're not incredibly difficult. They're just like, all right, you gotta be on your game. You gotta do your shit right in those games. But like Ninja Gaiden's just hard. Right? Good. You can memorize all the patterns you want in that game. They still go get you. That bird on 7-2, I think it is, that damn hawk. Fuck that hawk. Oh, God. But there's also tricks to Ninja Gaiden when you learn them that make it a million times easier. It's just you have to memorize, like Dark Souls, you got to memorize the levels and know which items not to get. Because if you keep the spinny blade the whole fight, you're pretty much golden. But it's hard to keep it because you need to get other items, and unless you've memorized where all the items are, it's harder. But there are tricks that make Ninja Gaiden speedruns a little bit easier that you can do. But if you're not doing that and you're playing it just straight up, it's hard. Actually, before we use the larval tier, let me see how many I have. I need to be able to. Oh, shut up, lady. I need to be able to get back to normal once this is over. I need to have at least 2 larval tiers. Because if I screw this up and I hate it, I want to be able to go back to the way I was. Where are the larval tiers? I think are they on this menu? I never know what menu stuff is. There they are. Okay, I have 5 left. It's not bad. Should probably use some of my dragon hearts too. I got a couple more dragons. I got to take out Plamless Lags and Blamless Lags, and we'll do that at another time. He's another kind of cheap. He's probably the cheapest dragon, although there's another Sclabasax by Lindell, who just, the lightning bolt bullshit he pulls off is just like, alright. This is a fight they obviously wanted to take 6 minutes. I'll do it. In my world, no boss fight should go over 3 minutes, and you're pushing it. I got kids. I don't want to be here for 4 hours playing your shitty game. Oh, and I got a bunch of stuff to share with you guys today. I want to read some things to you. I just got invited to do a keynote speech at the organization that I actually promoted on this show a couple weeks ago. I just got invited to do a keynote speech there, which is going to be fun. I'm going to kill it. I'm going to be talking about valor. Awesome. Okay, what am I looking for? Oh, you know what? I don't think I have this pulled up here. Don't. But I can pull it up. Give me a second, gang. I'll be right back. Oh, that worked. Sweet. I don't have to leave. Still. Alright, so I wanted to run something by you guys. And I won't do it at this part of the show. I'm just going to pull it up. Look, my inbox. So I sent out a message to the folks who are on I do a weekly kind of encouragement and like building warriors up messaging service that I have with people. And so it's just a weekly, once a week on Monday, I send you a message that kind of just gets you to either see your world slightly differently so you can attack things better and get after it. Like giving you different ways to think about things. Like, I'll give you an example of one of the messages I sent out that was one of the more humorous ones that I do. So the one I sent out last week says, remember, life is competition. Anyone telling you life is fair or suggesting it should be. Anyone telling you life is fair or suggesting it should be is delusional. Run from that person. Right? So this generation of people that are trying to make everything fair don't understand. Like, the universe is exactly not fair. It is not fair that I got born in America and not like on some dirt road in some of the places I've been. That shit ain't fair. It just is. Right? So anyway, like stuff, just thinking differently about, that was one of the ones I meant to be more humorous. This one is actually a quote from one of my favorite books. Remember, the laws of biology are the fundamental lessons of history. Study how the human animal works and you'll know how they always work. And having the knowledge of humans is one of my most powerful assets. is understanding history, psychology, and science. It's so powerful because you can literally begin to predict. Like, there have been social situations in my social circle that I predicted months before they happened because I was in the room with the person a month earlier, read all their shit, was like, okay, this is coming. And then a month later, like almost textbook, it happened. Like the negative thing happened almost exactly the way I envisioned it because I've been studying humans for decades and reading about, neurobiology and, evolutionary psychology, biology, all these different things. And when you can understand like what makes us human, you can adapt way better to how you operate in the world, and it increases happiness and success and all these things because you understand the way the world really works and not that bullshit they teach you in school, right? So, yeah. Anyway, that's a little thing that I run that I'm gonna read you some comments I got from the people in it. I'm not gonna say their names because I want to keep it private. But I sent out a message yesterday, just asking how is it going, or 2 days ago, yesterday or 2 days. Just how is this going for everybody? Because I'm always so careful. I'd never want to waste people's time or make things for people that they end up hating or think suck. And every person that responded had like really positive. I was shocked. Like I was actually surprised. I have run many different programs over the years and never had as positive a response to this one out of anything I've done. So get into that as well at some point tonight. Okay, good. It does. So I need to take a quick screenshot here to make sure I can get myself back to normal if I screw this up. Bear with me for a second here, friendos. I'm at 40, 26, 31, 51, 60, 50, 16. There we go. Make sure those pictures came through. Got it. All right, so what I want to do is just, let's see, get this back to 60. I actually wish role-playing games would just let you do this. Not have to spend an item and find a human. Like, can I just have, like, role-playing game designers, can I just have control of my character? And I get there's so many role-playing game fans, especially those of you that come from the D&D world. I respect that you disagree with me, and I'm okay with it. I'm not asking that all role-playing games forever be changed. I'm just saying, can those of us who have kids get the ones that don't do that time-wasty shit? Like, don't make me go see a trainer to learn lightning, motherfucker. Just lightning. Here it is. You got it. Like, I get that breaks some people's immersion. Like, my whole thing is speed, man. I don't have a lot of time all the time. So for those of us that have busy lives, can there be a game developer that respects busy motherfuckers? Please. Thank you. Signed, your pal. BC. Your pal. All right. Let's get my faith. I got to have faith, a faith. Baby, I know you asking me to stay. Talking about that. Please don't go away. It's just a little hole. All right. So, intelligence. So here's a problem, though. I didn't look at what's gonna, now I can't use half of my shit because I don't have any intelligence. I really wish I had taken a gander at that. Because I'm inclined to just leave intelligence at 9 and say, fuck all you mage people. I hate the spells in this game. They're so... And I'll tell you why. I don't hate the spells. I hate the combat. The philosophy of the combat system is war of attrition. It's Sun Tzu's war of attrition is what the combat... It's Dance Dance Revolution mixed with a war of attrition. Two things that I hate. Dancing. 3 things that I hate. Dancing, time button mashes, and shit that takes longer than it should. So it's like, all right, I need way more strength so I can survive the stupid-ass war of attrition that this game wants me to go through. All right, so I have 41 points here. Let's just immediately put 20 of those, or 19 of them in strength and see what happens. It's so funny, even my defense still is not that great. It's, ooh, 69, watch out! All this newfound wealth, what are we doing? And then I guess all my magic resistance disappears because I have no intelligence. I guess I won't keep it at 0. Okay. This doesn't have to be. I think that gets me to about what I was thinking. But I really don't know, because the numbers in this game are so minuscule, and I don't know how to infer that into actual damage per second reduction on screen. That's what, like, all this. By the way, one of the other things this isn't a complaint, this is just kind of a, like, something like process improvement that I think would have made this game better. There's too many things to level. Like, for example, vigor and endurance should be the same thing. And, what are the other two that I said I would combine? Faith and arcane should be the same thing. And then, like, vigor and endurance should be combined. And then, I can't remember the other two I said I'd put together. Oh, it was intelligence and mind. Intelligence and mind should be one thing, and vigor and endurance should be one thing. And simply by doing that, you give me what I love about role-playing games, which is the ability to level into something that's powerful without taking away the difficulty of the game. The only thing that got quote-unquote easier is that you level slightly or quickly, which, by the way, players, you are in control of. How about that? Isn't that fun? Like, isn't that something? It's not nothing. You are in control of that. Like, simply by doing that, you would have reduced probably 100 hours of play leveling up these stupid ass things. And you wouldn't have made your leveling system so fucking convoluted. And I think you wouldn't have had to nickel and dime the player so much. Like, you could actually give me slightly more defense because you're not trying to offset all these different skills that are convoluted. So yeah, there you go. That's what I'm thinking. So 20 intel. I do also wish that this game would allow you to maybe have 5 save states. So I could save this, go test it, and if it sucked, I could just reload the save and go back to my old character and not waste a larval tier. Like, why do you make the player spend money and waste items to do shit? What's the philosophy? What's the actual purpose behind that? And that's the other thing. Like, I question a lot of shit that people think is complaining. No, I'm questioning the rationale. Because I'm a hyper-rational person, and most of the world is irrational and emotional as fuck. And it annoys the shit out of me. And it's like, so my question when people thought I was complaining about the Spirit Ashes was not a complaint. It was an observation of the reality. Oh, Spirit Ashes suck. Why? Why are they here if they suck? I'll tell you why. Because From Software wanted their hardcore fans to be happy, the ones that run around in underwear because they got problems. And they wanted new people to actually play it because some of us don't get dopamine from being abused. You got it? We haven't wired our brains backwards to get pleasure out of getting the shit. We're not Freddy goddamn Krueger. Go read his story. That's what the underwear people are. They're all Freddy Krueger. So you better watch those guys run around in their underwear. They are psychologically Freddy Krueger. And by the way, they're Freddy Krueger before he turns into the murderer. They're still good. So go find that guy running around in the underwear, give him a hug before he turns into Freddy Krueger. By the way, this is all jokes, guys. One person is going to see this after the fact, think I'm being serious, and start quoting fucking scientific psychology journals about why that's wrong. That guy, the guy everybody hates on the internet. All right, let's go test our new... oh, I need to take another screenshot just to test the old theory, the theorem. All right, this is my new build. I'm now strength and dexterity with a taste of arcane. I think this is what I wanted to do when I grew up. Let's see. In fact, I think like Like, truthfully, what I would actually do is probably this. Like, my real build, I would do that. That only drops me 2 points of defense. And how much, that gives me quite a bit more. Yeah, that's gonna let me kill. Yep, let's go 60. And then I think I'm pretty much done with dexterity. Yeah, I think that'll do. So yeah, a lot of the things I'm talking about in this game are just things that I think are absurd, and I'm questioning them. If you love them, me thinking they're absurd does not equal bad. Let me give the preschool lesson to the stupid people on the internet who will watch this and want to argue. Just because I called it absurd doesn't mean it's bad. It's absurd. I think it doesn't make sense or follow rhyme or reason. That doesn't necessarily mean bad. There's also snowmen that blow magical fucking trumpets at you in this game, and I think that's amazing. That's absurd. By the way, existence is absurd. The fact that there isn't nothing is absurd. Why the fuck are we here? Mm-hmm. Absurdity. That's why we're here. And we may not be here. This may be fucking Rags' just weird, wet dream that he's having hooked into a computer. Let that melt your brain for a while. And if anybody saw the Elon Musk interview that happened recently, I just want you to know the cringe-worthy awkwardness of that interview. Let me break down part of that for you. I have studied highly successful and intelligent people for decades, and I've hung with them, I've worked with them. Let me help you. Someone as intelligent as that man struggles to answer oversimplified questions. So, like, if you asked him what is his stance on abortion, you would watch his fucking brain melt out of his ears, because it's like, really? That's the dumbass question you're gonna fucking ask the computer from Star Trek that knows everything? Like, I was just watching his brain like, oh god, that's the fucking question you want me to answer? Oh shit. Because when you ask a highly intelligent person something, they don't think simply, they think very deeply. So it's like, well, there's a lot of different ways you can look at this. First of all, how are you defining your terms? And people that ask questions like that immediately get exhausted with highly intelligent people because they're just thinking there's a right and wrong answer. And it's like, oh god, everybody on earth is still in preschool. We're still in the. I gotta coach these people out of the black and white phase of fourth. They're still in fourth fucking grade. Most of these adults. All right, let's undergo rebirth. All right, am I strong now, Mom? Can I win? Can I beat all the bad guys now, Mommy? Did I follow all the rules? By the way, when I say Mom, I'm talking to Elden Ring because it wants to be your mother. It wants to nag you and chase you around to make sure you did your homework. Remind you that the world's not always safe. Hey, that's it. Wait a minute. Why? Oh, that's because this is not a dexterity weapon. I'm like, wait a minute. Why am I doing exactly the same amount of damage I was doing before? It's like, oh, because the weapon you're using doesn't scale to dexterity. Let's see. No, not really all that much. Okay, so that's with increased strength. I'm dying on purpose, guys. In case you're wondering why I suck so bad right there. Okay, so there really is no build in this game where you can actually play defense. You have to learn the fucking Dance Dance Revolution bullshit. Okay, fine, Mom. Break time. I'll go do Dance Dance Revolution with the final boss. Back in a minute, gang. Actually, before we go to the end of the game, the real test I should have done for my new build is actually to go lose a fight to Malenia. Let's go do that. And watch me win the fight with Malenia this time. That shit would be hilarious. I just happened to win. Let's get that bow up out of here. Also, do I want to lose 50,000 runes? Or do I want to go spend that somewhere before we go? Hip's in the house. What up, Hip? Good to see you, my brother. Yippee-ki-yay. What's up, homeboy? Is this the dude I wanted to go see? I don't remember. I'm crazy. Oh wow, there's a new spell in here to buy. The Lord's Divine Fortification. Greatly increases holy damage negation. That's probably good for the final fight. I bet you $1 the final fight uses a whole lot of holy magic. That seems to be a trope in role-playing games. And in fact, holy was the spell you could use against one of the final bosses in Final Fantasy II. Love that. Back when role-playing games were way more simple and weren't over freaking inundated with all this complexity that does not need to. Yeah. Don't know how I want to. Wait, didn't I kill that dude for his arrows? Where your arrows at, bruh? Give them up. Thought I killed everybody. Not that guy. No, these are all spells. I know I have all the spells pretty much in the games. Okay, nope. I think I have turned it. Oh, yes, I definitely need to plus up on these. Let's do it. Done. Now we can go see Malenia. Malenia, girl. Where you hiding at? Me and my boy come in to see you, ho. Lisa, what's up, lady? Good to see the virtual representation of your face. Yeah, like the too long didn't read of that 4-hour monologue I gave at the beginning of the show is, hey, this is a show with a bunch of inside jokes amongst friends. I'm not actually shitting on your favorite game. I mean, I am. I'm doing it for the purposes of fun. I actually do think this game is great. I actually have no complaints. There are things I wish were different about this game because I would enjoy it more. But I wouldn't want them to change because I tend to value others as greater than myself. It's kind of a principle I try to live by in some compartments of life, right? And it's like, well, most of the audience who loves this game likes it the way I hate it. Like, when I was making that Malenia video, it was like, no. They broke her on purpose. I'm saying this isn't a bug. I think they did this on purpose, and I think they were right to. Because I, like the dude who sucks at this game, thought Malenia was too easy. Right? So, I'm with you guys, man. Same team. Let's go to work. Should I go Spirit Ashes or no? No? No, why not? I mean, I'm coming in here trying to lose, so I need her to do one very specific thing. If I can get her to do it, is actually the point of this fight. Get in there, bro. Just one hit. Oh, don't turn her around. I need you to keep her back to me. Is all I need you to do is just distract. I don't need you to fight her. Just keep her aggro. There's what I want. Good. Okay, so that's one of the things I wanted. I need the other one. If you keep her back to me, I can do the work. Brother. And then we can get to what I need to get to faster. There. That's what I need. Okay. There you go. There. Stay. There. Okay. All right. Maybe strength does make it a little better. Not bad. That's what I wanted. Okay. That was not the worst. God, this is such a horrible. We usually take her down in 30 seconds if I fight with a Spirit Ash. This is terribly sloppy. There, she got me on that one. I think I'm about to lose. Alright, she knew that was coming. Way to adjust, lady. I gotta give her props on that one. That's just good old-fashioned fighting right there. I can't be mad about losing fair and square. And I never am. When I lose fair and square, I'm actually cool with it. Totally cool with losing fair and square. It's when they do cheap shit, like when I have her pinned down and she just does the Luke fucking Skywalker out of nowhere. Like, come on, bro. Brother was winning. That was a horrible first round, by the way. That was sloppy as shit. But I did get the data I wanted, which is maybe I should have built a strength character, and I'd been slightly less annoyed by this game's non-stop timed button mashing or shite. Let's go to work. Wait! You missed, ho. Twice. Alright. Oh, you dumbass. He always, not always, but there are times where he rushes into that fight, and it's like, bruh, that is not the way this fight works. Oh. I accidentally switched to, I didn't realize I had accidentally switched to my bow and arrow. Another beef I have with this game, the complicated button mashery switching weapons in the middle of fights when things are going crazy. That is actually difficult, and I think that is a skill. And I think that is something that you have to quote unquote get good at. It's also a pain in the ass and not fun. So those of you who have gotten good at it and you enjoyed it, you are who this game was made for. There are those of us that are like, get good at that. I think I'm going to get better at sex. I'm going to invest that time to get better at sex with my wife. Not that bullshit. All right. I saw what I needed to see. Let's get out of here. Although I wish I hadn't effed up that bow and arrow situation, because we might have had a chance. Might have had a chance. But alas, didn't. Let's go to work. Final boss, y'all. At least I think this is the final boss. I guess we'll see. And I'm sure there'll be DLC in a week where there's another final. Oh, you thought that was the guy? No, there's another dude in the land of, you know, Shuttle Tidarian. He was waiting in the wings for your inevitable coronation to the throne of the Elden Lord, and now he comes from the mountains. Like, all right. Just, you don't need to tell me about him. Just, where is he? So I can go kill him and get the fuck out of here. Turbo says, in 30 minutes, drop in professor time to finish last assignment, then free till fall. Hell yeah, that's a good feeling when you finish something like that. It's kind of like what we've been talking about here, the end of a long journey. The other thing, too, like, this, I'm going to respect From Software here. I'm just going to respectfully say this is something that I don't prefer, but it's not a complaint. From Software games are marathons. Like, everything is designed to be chess, methodic, pick your enemy apart, which I do like, in fucking moderation. This game always, it's like it always wants you to be slogging, and it's like if you're a person who enjoys long distance running, sweet. I'm a football player. I run really fast and hit things really hard for 1 hour. That's all you're getting out of me. Football games don't last 6 hours because everyone would be dead at the end of it. It's an hour. We can all go home and still have a night. And that, when I did that joke about why RPGs are so long is because no one ever gets laid. Like, I'm like, is that a joke or is that? I think that actually, I think I could probably prove that. At least psychologically. I probably couldn't prove it with math. But like, yo. And why is everybody still here playing this role-playing game? Aren't we all getting laid tonight? No. Nobody's getting laid tonight. That's why we're still here. Damn. All right. Endgame. Let's turn up the volume. Pump up the volume. Dance. Turn out. Just make sure I got all my stuff squared away. All righty. I'm thinking, do I want to change my weapon, though? Turns out, too, this Ronin armor that I have, I did kind of a defense analysis last night of all my pieces of armor, and for the way I like to play, the Ronin armor is actually the best armor. It's weirdly really good at a lot of things. It's not amazing. I guess the one thing it's amazing at is keeping your weight low, but the defense upgrades versus the weight is like, oh, this is actually pretty tight. Ooh, glad I caught this. Part of the reason why the MALENIA fight lasted shorter than it could have is because I had on the wrong Otello. That's what I want. Let's see. Okay. So that one's got my vigor, endurance, strength, and dexterity. +5. This one is... I thought hers did mine. And that other stuff. Oh. You'll have to roll. I don't know. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright, gang. It's the main event. Y'all ready? This has been... And by the way, overall, I have loved Elden Ring. I want to say that. Like, this... Despite some of the things I don't like about it, like, I was shocked that I enjoyed 8 out of 10 boss fights in this game. Like, I hate the first boss fight in Dark Souls 3. It's like the first boss. I got to it, saw what it did. I was like, ah, yeah, I'm leaving. This is a game for someone that isn't me. For me to like 80% of your boss, like, and by like, I don't mean like they passed my test of things that I judge. Like, I actually actively enjoyed being in those fights because they weren't... I was able, because of the way I leveled and the way I played, not to do the Dance Dance Revolution. Although there's some of that in the game. I don't mind having to dodge every now and again, but damn. Like, the dude you have to fight before you get here, if you don't kill him fast like I did, sorry I didn't film killing him. I kind of did it on my own time. I killed his first form, I think, in under a minute, and his second form in under a minute. I think the whole fight took us less than 2 minutes. And I didn't have to do any of the Dance Dance Revolution shit because we pinned his ass down and we put an onslaught of beating on him that he just couldn't get off the ground. And I love that. I'm like, this game let me do that to the second to final boss? Yeah. Now that's what I want. When I show up to the boss, I don't want to be in underwear and just get by the skin of my teeth. Because unlike the nerd who thinks that's exciting, I've been in the real fight. I know that never happens. I know the truth. The delusion that you can actually go in there with a stick and a pair of underwear and win this fight with the dragon, it's fucking Santa Claus. Like, you believed Hansel and Gretel didn't get eaten by that crazy bitch in the woods? You're out of your mind. Like, my brain just won't get to that. It's, no, we're not going to fight that dragon until I've built myself into a nuclear weapon. So that when I walk in, that dragon knows, fuck you, this is my house now. If the game never allows me to get there, it can't be my favorite game. You know, I appreciate, you know, the being handicapped and having to overcome challenges. Totally do. But at some point, I want to be... And that, by the way, I praised Elden Ring for that in the early stages. Where it was like, dude, you get your ass beat, but then 5 hours later, you can come back and mop the floor with everyone. And I'm hoping, as I continue to play the game... Because, I mean, technically, I'm not even a third of the way through the leveling system. Not a third. Wait. Yeah. No, I'm not even a third of the way through the leveling system. So theoretically, if I kept playing this game, I would eventually become how I like to be. I just don't know if I'm willing to invest the amount of time they're going to require, because the leveling system in this game, like I said, I would combine attributes to make it go faster. It's too slow. It's like an MMO, and I get that a lot of you are bored and you want to waste your time on a day. I'm not. Some of us got shit to do. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance, and you pump up the jam, pump it up. While your feet, it doesn't start with feet. That's what's throwing you off. You're on like the second or third part, I think. Because that's a Technotronic, right? It's feet or no. Feet is right. It's pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stomping, and the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd starts jumping. I think something like that. It's stomping, pumping, jumping is the rhyme scheme. All right, let me shut up for the people who care about cutscenes. You guys know I don't give a shit about the Dragon of Boromir or whatever this is. Great question, by the way, Lisa. More of that on the show. That was fun. Ooh, yeah, the opening song, Fist in the Air. Okay, I'd play the drum beat a little differently, but that's okay. Dun, 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 dun. All right, Teach, me and you, girl. We've been together all this time. Let's get it. Woo! Teach! Dang, she gets in. I like the first fights. I like to just kind of hang out and see what she does. Get there, Teach. Nice hit. Ooh, okay, so there's a brief delay on that move. Got it. Understood. Oh, it's too slow. I was trying to get closer to her so I could dodge her whole move by getting behind her. Nice. Man, she's not a game, bruh. She comes out swinging. Or he. I don't know what the gender is. Who cares? Gender doesn't exist. We all made this shit up, didn't we? I mean, we pretty much made up everything, didn't we? Sure we did. For that matter, race doesn't exist either. I think it's just something white people cooked up after the Africans were beating the shit out of them in the 6th century. We gotta stop these brown people. They're killing everybody. History jokes, huh? That's what he's doing. History jokes about racism. Yep. You can take the nerd out of the hood, but you can't take the nerd out of the nerd. You gotta work on that phrase. Isaiah Holmes says, it's not your goat, but it's the majority of everyone else's. I don't know. It may still be my goat, man. We'll see. We shall see. Hi, Isaiah. Welcome to the show. Thanks for responding to the headline. But think of it this way, Isaiah. For it even to make the list of games that could be a person's GOAT, it's got to be pretty up there, don't it? I think so. All right, let's test this one out. We'll just try a couple of different things. You know, what's funny is I may not beat this. I may have to beat this off camera. That's the hard part of it. Like, Elden Ring is not the most fun game to stream because so much of it is predicated on you not fucking up. And like I said, the combat system is just not my favorite because it's Dance Dance Revolution. And how many times can you not screw it up? Like, I don't care. Give me a gun. I'm out of here. Oh, yeah, it's Radagon and Marika in one, or they're the same person, technically. Spoiler alert. I did actually. I joke about not caring about these stories, but I looked into the lore of who Marika is and like her whole. It's really fascinating. There's definitely a lot of correlations to Christ, but also more like the creation version of God, not the Christ iteration of it. It's really dope. I've said that for the whole duration of this game. Like the writers, I typically don't like video game stories because they're written for fourth graders, but this one is really dope. All right. So is that the hammer she forged the ring with? I wonder. He, she, it, they, zer, something. Wait, that's capable of missing? Okay, sure. Hey, you can't fall off the arena. That's pretty cool. I had no idea I could actually miss. That's funny. Oh, God. I really don't like how plotting the character is in the game, but that's the way the game's made, so... Alright, let's skip all of this. Like, let's get to it. I don't want any of this damn cutscene anymore. We're good. Let's get to work. I mean, I get it, but really? Definitely not fucking with the poise. Oh, I tried to dodge. I cannot do timed button mashes. I am the worst at it. Absolute effing worst at it. Oof! I was out of stamina, so I took serious damage on that one. You know what the funny thing about this game? This whole time I've just been trying to get to my damn magic thing so I can get some magic and actually fight back. But that's the clunky part of this game that I'm just not a fan of. Like, I would totally prefer, like, not necessarily the simplicity of it. Like, I like some of the depth of the combat system here, but like the fastness and the fluidity of a Kingdoms of Amalur. Oh, damn. That fucking time delay shit in this game. Again, Dance Dance Revolution shit. I could do without it. Got her! Him, it, whatever. Get another thing in before the thing ends. Whee! Well, we at least got the first form. That seemed really sloppy and bad, but we still won. I still think Electo is the hardest fight I've done in this game. And the most fun and rewarding. Like, I think Electo is what From Software is going for with their combat system. It's just like, respect to them. It's incredibly hard to make something physically on screen behave like chess. It's hard, man. Like, I respect what these guys are up to. And in like 10 or 15 years, if they're still at this, their games are going to be leaps and bounds beyond some of the stuff they've done back in this time. That's what I'm really looking forward to with them, is as what they're doing evolves into more and different things and they try and experiment with stuff. That's where I think From Software is going to kill. And I'm really excited to see that. Like, give us a game that has the depth of Dark Souls, but it's more for players who want to play a game, not live through a simulation of Dance Dance Revolution moves. Like, let me be fast and fluid like I am in real life and feel good about it. You know, and it doesn't have to be a Dark Souls game so it messes up that whole world for people, you know. Be a whole separate IP. Yeah, all that bullshit I said about a strength build, never mind. It doesn't matter. The game just wants me to learn dance steps. That's the way it is. Is it just me and him now? Oh god, these fucking screens in this game. The controls, From Software's got to work on that too. Like, you have got to get that. Oh shit. And because I accidentally, when trying to change directions, barely just kissed L3 while also trying to sprint, it overrided the sprint command and he crouched while I was being chased by heat-seeking holy lightning because of video games. Like that. Like I have had so many fights where I've lost because I just didn't hold the controller right. That's that is a level of cowardly perfectionism, and I get that's what people love about this game is it requires them to be like basically a lot of people I run into in the world are cowardly perfectionists because I think perfectionism is cowardice, and that's who this game is made for is people who can do things perfectly without flaw, as if there's anything like that in the universe. All right, maybe not. I don't know if there's any truth to that. Oh man. All right. Who decided B to sprint? Probably someone back in the 90s, and then like all of the Japanese developers don't know that Call of Duty happened and fixed all the shitty 3D controls. So they just haven't adopted it yet. I have no idea. Dude, stubbornness, no idea. But at the same time, like what I'm critiquing, I don't know that you could fix because the game requires so much button input to engage with the game. That is the problema. Like, is this as fast as I can run? What? Like, oh, God. I mean, maybe he's running the equivalent of 28 miles per hour. I have no idea, but it feels slow. Damn. I mean, I get it. It's not fair. Technically, bosses do that, but woo. I cannot master that delayed fucking hold the hammer for 17 minutes before you stomp down. Like, I just can't get good at that. It's not gonna happen for the kid. It is not gonna happen for the young man, unfortunately. Wait a minute, that stopped me from taking action. Interesting. It's a very interesting move you got there, Chief. Okay. Just gathering some intel there. I'm going to do an intel gathering fight on this guy and not really attack him. Just try to learn all of his shenanigans that he's up to. I wonder if a ranged fighter helps with this. Hippie says, "Shit, this seems like an annoying two-stage boss fight." Oh, it's From Software, dude. They're all annoying two-phase boss fights. I mean, that's actually, if I were to critique Elden Ring, none of the fights I've been in have been particularly hard. Like the ones I don't like, which is very few. I like most of the boss fights in this game. The ones I don't like aren't particularly hard. They're just annoying. They're naggy and nitpicky. It's like having a mom that hates you. That's what Elden Ring feels like. It's a mom who hates you. Does it let you manually change it? Yes, but because all of the buttons are engaged, the combinations that you can change it to still don't fix it. Like L3 has to be crouch and get off the horse. Like basically From Software combined what some buttons do and you can't split that, so you cannot reconfigure it in a way that makes it better. But it's because they're forcing you to do different moves with LB, RB, R2, and R1. Or I think those are the things. L1, R2, LB, and RB. all four of those buttons do something. So whereas like weapon cycling would just be your RB in another game, you can't do that here because that's one of your attacks with, like basically you're controlling two hands in this game instead of like an armament. And because that's the way they do it, there has to be more complexity with the button input, which is actually, believe it or not, that's what adds to a lot of the difficulty. Is it's not difficulty, it's tedium. It's you have to do like imagine if you were in a gunfight and before I let you fire your weapon, I made you put it together every time and load it. Like here, put this weapon together and load it and shoot at those guys shooting at you. Go. That's what a From Software fight is like. Okay, why don't you just give me one that's already got the ammunition in it? Like, do you want me to win this fight? So, you know, I am proposing the problem, but I'm breaking my own rules. I don't have a good solution other than maybe get rid of one of the moves that you don't need. I don't know. I don't really know how to solve it. I haven't put that much thought into it. I just know I don't like it. That's about all the thought I put into it is, hey, I don't like this much. Next. Okay. Let's gather intelligence like idiots because people would just do this before the fight if this was a fight. But you have to gather it in the fight here because that's what they want. My strength is coming in pretty good here. Alright, my strength's not completely useless. Alright. Like, I'm literally just doing small attacks on him, no special moves. Not bad. Okay. Like, you actually do better just holding your shield up and walking around him and taking pot shots at him than trying to do big damage, which, again, philosophically, that's where this game kind of loses it for me. It's war of attrition. Like, defend yourself, get 2 hits in, run away. Defend yourself, get 2 hits in, run away. Like it's at no point will the game really ever let me get powerful enough to just. And maybe I'm wrong, and you know I need to learn more the facets of the game. And if I am wrong, I'm happy to be corrected because it would make me enjoy the game more. But it's like being able to stand toe to toe in this fight without having to run around like a fucking rabbit. It's like okay. Why did you send me to fight this guy? I clearly suck. Send a dude that's better at this. Again, it's the irrational parts of these video games that my brain just doesn't wrap my head around because, I'm also the guy that doesn't think Disney World is fun. So, take that however you want. Back in a second, gang. Oh man, I'm hyped. My wife called me in. I just found out my son's got his first football practice today. Proud dad time. Yes! I get to take him to his first training. So awesome. I can't believe he actually decided to play. Because I don't push my kids to do the shit I did or the shit I think is cool. I'm like, you guys got to figure out what you want your life to be. And then I will help you do every part of it that you want to get done. I said, now I'll be here to give you advice. You know, I'm going to figure out things about you kids faster than you are because I've been on Earth a minute. And I can advise you. And I'm never going to be the dad that tells you you have to do a specific thing. You've got to figure out what you want your life to be, and it's my job to help you get there, not be the guy who determines what your life is. You know, that's one of the greatest gifts my dad ever gave me. He pushed me, you know, he expected greatness out of me, but he never demanded that I be something that I wasn't. He's like, you've got to be your own man. You've got to decide, you know, you have got to come to terms with these things. My job to just get you there. And truthfully, like, no bullshit, my dad wanted me to be a basketball player. But I had a feeling I wouldn't get tall enough. You know, like I would be, if I was in the NBA right now, I'd be the fourth shortest person. So, you know, and not that I had anywhere near the skill level to be in the NBA. I knew I didn't, which is why I chose football over basketball, because I am more genetically predisposed to being good at football than basketball. I always felt like basketball was better at people who were better at finesse than I am. And football is a little bit better at the people who like the brute strength. Although football does require its finesse. But my son is going to his first practice, so I'm really excited. And it's cool because my son kind of landed on, well, I want to try football. And I've actually kind of discouraged football in my family just because with head injuries, and I've had them. Like, I have been concussed in football and in the Army. That shit ain't fun, all right? And then dealing with, you know, I live a life now where, not for nothing, I know people who I used to look up to are no longer on this earth, partially because of their head injuries. So that's something that I keep, especially with the mental illness that I've had for years, decades. You know, I monitor that shit. So, anyway, really excited. I'm going to show you guys a cool little intelligence gathering method here too, if you haven't figured this out in the game. So again, this is, I'm going to point out, this isn't a critique or a complaint, just an observation of the reality, and I'm just going to give you how I react to it. So, these boss fights are hard for a couple of reasons. One, they're going to require you to have, you know, like I keep joking, Dance Dance Revolution level dexterity to dodge when necessary and whatnot. That's the first half of it. But the real heart of the difficulty, from my perspective, comes from the fact that the combatant is ignorant in the fight. You don't know what this guy's going to do. Now, you could have looked up guides on the internet and whatnot, but there's no real way in the game to do intelligence gathering. Like what military would people do? If we had to go fight this guy in a magic tree, we're going to study this dude for an ungodly amount of time before we ever get close enough to him to even throw a punch. And no video games really allow this, especially not RPGs. It's all predicated on reaction. And that's emotional. That is irrational, and that is stupid. A real fighter is going to work on rationale and understanding the enemy. But the problem is, in order to gather intelligence in this game, you have to actually go have the fights. And that's one of my fundamental why I don't like the game is I don't like to learn how to do things through failure. It is the slowest way to learn. It's a good way to learn because failure comes with pain, and pain comes with memory. So learning through failure is an effective way to learn. It's just slow as fuck. And I value speed and freedom over methodically taking down bosses in my underwear. Right, so, but one of the ways I did kind of figure out how to gather intelligence is using what's here in front of you. So I'm going to pull this out. I am going to give my Spirit Ash 2 weapons to see, okay, and now I could also look up stats on the boss to see what his weaknesses and stuff are, but like what I want to see is when I get into this fight, what does my Spirit Ash do? And specifically the Mimic Tier. So I'm going to use the Mimic Tier. Oh, come on, man, let me skip this. Alright, let me get far enough away so I don't get murked. Alright, so Mimic Tier. Now I am, yeah, of course, she's going to... So damn cheap. Like, okay, so that. Let's take a vote. Did that look hard? Or did that look violently fucking annoying? I'll let you pick. Get Good fans, tell me in the comments. Did that look hard to you, or did that look just like, oh, this guy's an asshole? Like, I'm trying to get ready for the fight here, bro. Like, like you're coming to fight, Zeus and shit. Let me get some shit together, because you won't let me get it together outside of the magic wall and then come in with it. I gotta get here first, because this game is made stupidly, like that type of shit. But that type of stuff in this game is like, oh, fuck off. Like, it's Get Good. Like, no, make your game not annoying as fuck. How about that? Yeah, I got cheesed. Good point, Clem. And that's why I always laugh when like fans of this game start talking about cheese. Wait. How did that still hit me? I dodged. Just run, dude. So I'm trying to gather intelligence. I'm not even trying to fight you right now, dog. So basically what I'm trying to do, if I live long enough, which I probably won't because this guy's losing his damn mind, is what does my Mimic Tier do? What weapon does he choose? Does he go with my Rivers of Blood, or does he go with the Blasphemous Blade? And that'll tell me, okay, which one of these weapons is potentially, not necessarily a guarantee, but which one of these weapons is potentially better for this fight. If the Mimic Tier immediately switches to something else, maybe that's letting me know, hey, yeah. Like, and some of the Get Good stuff is knowing when to use healing flasks, right? Don't use it when he's aggroing. Oh, fuck off. Like, I don't want to have to know that shit. It's too many variables, and it's too tedious. Like, again, not difficulty, it's just you're asking me to manage highly tedious shit that for whatever reason is giving you joy. Alright, come on, dude. Alright, so he is clearly using Rivers of Blood, right? That's a signal. To me, and he could totally just be randomized and it doesn't matter. If we hit him one time, we win. Oh, dang it, I wasn't fast enough. Observing your tone, I would say annoying. But no, I'm asking what would you have thought? Don't worry about my take. My take is meaningless. I'm nobody. What do you think? Like, would you have been annoyed, or would you have said, oh, that was great, that made the fight hard? I love that. I came in the boss fight, got shot in the face 3 times. This is my favorite game of all time. Fuck out of here. Yes, Lisa, projectiles can be effective. Unfortunately, they're often very weak in this game. I really don't want to watch this for the 3rd time. So let's get our defense up. Hey, he's using projectiles. Look at that. Because I immediately think this weapon is better, yep, than the Blasphemous Blade for this guy. Yep, he's already gone under. Oh, what is he about to do? Keep his poise down. Hit him, hit him, hit him. Is that even hitting him? Oh, now he came after me. I thought you were still fighting my boy, which I think is dead now, but I'm glad actually that you're aggroing me. Woo! Thought I was going to be out of range of that, but nope. Okay, I couldn't even see what was happening there to know what the right thing to do was. Y'all saw that? That was a time button mash. I got it right for once. That was one of the easier ones to do, though. Oh, God. This is fun for somebody. that somebody just ain't me. Okay, I was in the air when that connected, so I don't know if that was the wrong move to make. But live your dreams. Here we go. Like, it's knowing that he's going to do 3 of those instead of 2 is the getting good part. And I just don't have the patience or the time to want to figure all that shit out. You know what I mean? That's where this game loses me. Is the having the patience to do this fight 4 times, to learn that he's going to do that move 3 times instead of 2, and after the 3rd one is when you attack. That is what the players that love this game are calling getting good, and I agree with them. I don't disagree with that. It's just you have to be the type of person who thinks that type of rote memorization through trial and error and failure is fun. Newsflash from software fans, a lot of Earth doesn't think that's fun. Even though you guys do running around in your underwear. But you know what though? I'm gonna put a joke. I am elated that that audience has a thing. Like, I'm so glad that this exists for the people it exists for. And that's why I say, hear me guys, I'm not complaining. I don't want this to change. I want it to be exactly what it is, because I never want an artist to change their vision for me. That's bullshit. If their vision was to make fucking Dance Dance Revolution jump-a-thons, then that's their game. That shit doesn't need to change to appease nobody. And I respect that. And the fact that there's so many people who love it, and there's people all over the earth that react positively to it. And, like, not for nothing, we live in a world where it gets harder and harder. Sorry, I got the wrong screen on. It gets harder and harder to find ways to add meaning to your life, to do things that make you feel like a meritable person that deserves to be here. And it is not lost on me that the difficulty of this game does that for some young people. I have already told all of my kids they're playing this game because of the confidence boost it's going to give them when they overcome some of these hard challenges. And I'll be real for a second. Some of my jokes, they are jokes, but they're not lies. Part of the reason why some of this is annoying for me is I've already gone through a lot of this shit in my younger days, and I don't want to fucking relive it. I don't want to relive the trial and error part of my life, you know? And this game is very much that. It's just I'm in a different phase of my life where, you know, like, I have some experiences. I don't want to be a rookie anymore. You know what I mean? So, but I'm so glad that the hardcore nerds that make this game what it is have a thing that and so I get why they get frustrated when other people do complain that it's too hard. You're never going to get a complaint out of me. The game is what it is, and this is what the developers wanted it to be. Now, I may not like it. I may make fun of it because I think it's silly, but that doesn't mean I think it's bad. Those two things are like, not liking something and something being bad are not the same thing. I don't like a lot of garlic on food. You know, garlic makes a lot of sense in garlic crusted shrimp because shellfish doesn't have a lot of flavor, and the buttery sweetness that comes with garlic adds flavor to that. Spaghetti already has a ton of that shit in it. I don't need you to put 9 garlic cloves in the spaghetti, Clem. But that doesn't mean it's bad if you like that. It just means we don't like that. So yeah, man, I love this game. I don't think it's going to go down as my GOAT, simply because it needs to be something else for me to get more joy out of it. And that is kind of sad for me, because for the first probably 80 hours of the game, I was convinced. Like, and I kept saying I don't want to say it, because I guarantee every video game has a turning point where it's going to turn into something else that I don't like. And of course, From Software is no different. You know, the end game parts didn't get harder for me more than they got really long, and they became parts that you want me to spend more time doing than the time I have or feel like investing to get through it. I don't want to spend the time. It's not that I don't want to go through the hardship. Like, you guys have seen my workout videos. I like hard shit. I just don't like shit that's longer than it has to be, because we are all dying. And I would like to spend my time doing the things that bring joy and not the things that take away from it. That's what I got for you guys. I don't think we'll probably finish this on screen unless I go do some crazy leveling up somewhere and do this match enough times to learn all the bullshit dance moves, which means I'm going to go just watch a bunch of videos. And I'm going to get good by intelligence gathering with people who are already good at this, which is another thing I love about this community. When you suck at something, just go to YouTube and ask, how do I fix this? And there's 50 people who have 20 different solutions. It's great. Like, that part of this game is great. It reminds me of being the kid who was stuck in Castlevania 2, and then going to school and asking my friend Wesley, because this is totally not made up, this is real. Asking my friend Wesley, how do I get past that part? I'm stuck on this part where you just run into a mountain. And Wesley had the reason why Wesley is important is because he had a subscription to Nintendo Power. He knew all the tricks. He's like, hey, use this thing, go to the mountain, duck. And when it worked, I lost my shit because I came home from school, plugged it in, did that, and then I beat the game thanks to Wesley. It was one of the greatest moments of my life. And I imagine, at the time, that is what a lot of you feel when you figure out the puzzles in this game. Just please forgive me and be patient with me. I'm a little past that part of my life where that's still fun. If it makes you feel any better, I can no longer play Super Mario games because just the idea of beating a level isn't thrilling enough to me to invest the time. So if I'm going to be here, I want more thrills and less punishment. That's it. That's it. Let's take some comments and figure out what the hell we're going to do next before I take my son to football practice. No, Clem, I have yet to use any of the game's buffs. I haven't used a rune arc. I've been trying to play that completely bucket naked. I haven't done any of the rune arc stuff that supposedly makes you super powerful. You know what? Let's try that. That'd be a fun thing to do on the show. I've never used a rune arc in this game. Why don't we try that? Figure out which one of these things I have equipped. All right, I think it's a given that the Blasphemous Blade doesn't need to be a part of this party. Although the Moon Veil could, but damn, now my Moon Veil probably sucks because I dropped my intelligence. But you know what? It still scales with dexterity, so I should be. But I guarantee you, intelligence is because like Arcane with Rivers of Blood far outstretches dexterity. Or I think, is that a strength weapon? No, it's a dex weapon too. But it's so weird. Like Arcane scales D for this weapon, but it actually is better. This leveling system's convoluted. You haven't figured that out. And I think that's because they tried to add more. They tried to add more variables than they needed. They just should have combined some of the attributes. And then I think this game would have been... That would have immediately made me like this game better. Because, I'll give you the reason why. It would have made it shorter. I didn't want to be here as long as the game asked me to be. And that's not a hit on Elden Ring. That is every video game ever except for Nier Automata, Death Stranding, Metal Gear, Metroid, Two Worlds. I'm listing my whole top 10 list. Crackdown. Those are the only games that ended, and I was sad that they ended. Every other video game I've played that's not on my top 10 list, my emotion when it was over was, oh, thank God, I don't have to do that anymore. And I had fun along the way, but it was just by the time I got to the end, I was so tired. I was just like, whatever. All right, so yeah, let's lose it. I would actually like to see what using a rune arc actually does for the sake of the love here. And I guess I could technically use a Starlight Shard and I won't constantly be running out of my FP, right? How long does this last for? Does it have a timer? I don't know. See, Clem says, don't worry. When we go to the, where are we going? I make sure I double stuff myself with black garlic on toast. Yeah, why do you need garlic on bread? Just use butter. It's the flavor compound you're trying to create is the same, and then you don't smell like a person who I won't come within 10 feet of. Like, why do you have to be so terrible to people? Oh, Lisa makes such a fantastic comment for players that don't have kids. Lisa says, I use all my patience on kids, so no gaming for me. That's it, because so much of this game isn't about it's hard, it's how patient can you be and wait for the monster to let you hit it. Like kids that can just sit still and watch, they kill this game. Dude, I want this thing dead. I'm not going to sit here and watch. I mean, in a real fight, I would totally do that, but like, I don't want to exercise patience in my fucking leisure activities. I do that all day, every day with children. Yeah, such a great... It's funny because when some players respond to my ideas, it's like, how old are you? Oh, 21? Yeah, call me back in 20 years. When you've actually lived life, come holler at me about your opinions. It's like people want to talk to me about politics. I'm like, have you read The Story of Civilization? Then I won't talk to you. Because whatever you're about to say that you got off the fucking news. I think I'm gonna start having a before people engage you in conversations, you should be able to ask, tell me your IQ. Uh, tell me the last book you read since high school. Like, 'cause no, if you haven't read a book since high school, I don't want to hear your fucking opinion on anything. Nothing. Zero opinions from you. What does this one do? Alright. Oh, that was the ability I was trying to show Suba. I couldn't remember. It's the rune. The rune does the restoring energy. I was like, what item does that? I wanted to show it to Suba, but I couldn't remember. Oh, when I go to the gym, got you. Now I get the joke. Well played, Clem. Now that you put gym in there, I knew the joke. It's funny how one word can make a joke work or not work. It's crazy, man. This life we're living. Such a blessing. Actually, can I take the rune arc before I go in there? Is that allowed? Guys who know how this game works, I always think that if I do anything outside the door, it cancels when I go in. 'Cause that's not hard enough. All right, fine. I get that your mom tortured you, but relive it somewhere else so we can have games that are fun. All right, let's go. Stop picking on torture people. Okay. Oh, good. She thing didn't. There's the move we love so much. All right, now. Let's rune arc that shit. Hang in there, mimic tear. I'm coming to whoop their monkey ass. Mimic tear, here we come. Destruction for you. I actually, no I didn't, I still failed. Because this game's ridiculous. With the damn dodging, even worse than other From Software games I've played. In fact, I was watching someone, so I can do hella more damage, but I still get an ass beating. So, rune arcs make the fight slightly less annoying. Got it. Noted. Yeah, I mean, this game's just, the premise of the game is torture and annoy the player forever, and they're just people who love that, and when you take that away from them, they get angry, and I don't want that to be taken away from them. Like, damn it, somebody on this earth found something that they're in love with, stop fucking with it, let them have their love, we can go play something else. There's a million video games, and by the way, last time I checked, Two Worlds is still like the best video game ever made. It's still like $2 on Steam because everybody hates it. Like, you're winning. The best game ever made is $2 because no one agrees it's the best game ever made. Everyone thinks it sucks. Because a couple of fucking Dungeons and Dragons story nerds gave it a bad review because the story sucks. Like, oh, like, is that what we're reviewing games on now? Is how well the damn... Get me off this planet. Get me to the planet where video games are games and not interactive movies. Clem says, yes, do it before. Okay, let me try it doing it before. That's fun. I have enough of them. Because the only two bosses I'd probably use that on is this one and Magdalena. Oh, no, that's my sister's name. Malenia. Sorry, Mags. Love you. Get it. Let's try one more, because now I can actually fight. I don't like have to walk around the arena and worry about getting hit while I'm eating an apple. Like, I hate RPGs that do that anyway. I hate that mechanic in RPGs. I shouldn't say I holistically hate the game because of the mechanic. That's improper communication. I don't like the mechanic, but I respect it, and I get why people do like it. You are slow as shit. Can you please run faster? You vile effing whore. Yep. I don't want to get good at dodging your dumbass lightning, because I suck at that. Okay, so he can pretty much decimate your stamina with one hit. Okay. Yeah, I do not have the timing for that. Like, I've attempted to dodge as he's landing, like MALENIA, that works for her. I've tried to dodge as soon as he lands, because then it explodes like a half second after he lands. Like, the nitpicky details of studying that long enough to get good at it, I respect the player who is willing to do that. It's just not fun. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you, Billy. Lisa gives out assessments and does interviews with people. Question 1, do you watch the news? Yes? Then we can't be friends. Yeah, you're going to be too depressed for me to hang out with. You're watching the news all the time, calling me about all your problems. Like, dude, you live in America. Like, anybody that calls me with a problem, I immediately, hey, you live in America? Stop it. Your life's amazing. Go make somebody else's life better, and then you won't feel so bad. Selfish jerk. And I'm joking, obviously. Even in America, you can go through hard shit. He doesn't know my pain. He's shaming. No, he's joking to try to make your depressed ass laugh. Crazy person. And if you focused on laughing more, knowing that you're going to be dead one day, you'd probably be happier. Woo! TK says, some people don't have common sense, and I think all games got to be for them. Yeah, you know what's funny is, I agree with you. Yeah, like every game when I buy it, it was made with me in mind. Like, no, this is an artist trying to express something that they hope. And that's the thing that, as an artist, that consumers just don't understand. And that's why I always tell you guys, all of your favorite artists hate you. Not you personally, like person on this show, but every artist hates so much of the process of delivering for their fan base, because, like, it's an antagonistic relationship. Where, yes, the artist is making this for you, but they're also making it for themselves. It's an expression of their soul that they're sharing with you, and they're hoping you like it. And if you don't, that's okay. But then to tell the artist you need to change this and this, it's like, motherfucker, this is my vision. If you don't like it, go watch something else. This show isn't just for you. It is for you, but it isn't just for you. And you grew up in America where marketers lied to you for the last 80 years about that bullshit, where the customer's always right and it's all about you because we want to sell entitled people shit. I don't deal with entitled people. If you're entitled, I won't fuck with you, let alone try to sell you something. You know, like, I respect that From Software is going to do that Dance Dance Revolution shit, and if you don't want to get good at it, you ain't beating the game, Bryant. Go fuck yourself. Respect. No beef with that at all. And I think over the years, too, like, even when I used to review video games, because I do share my thoughts, people would often take that as a complaint. It's like, it's not a complaint. It is simply telling you this exists, and Bryant thinks it's dumb. By the way, that doesn't mean it's dumb. It's just how I react to it. It also doesn't mean it's bad. You think it's great. Awesome. We can live together in a world where you love it and I hate it and still be friends. Oh, I just heard my phone go off. I'm looking for it. Yeah, like, that's the part that art, there's no school for art where they teach you the audience management part. At least not that I'm aware of. I didn't go to college for art, so maybe they do teach you that. But there's no, like, should I start a school that helps people? Like, I don't want you to just be successful. I can help you go viral. Like, what I help people with is still being sane after they do it and they realize, oh shit, like, a large percentage of the people that watch me are fucking crazy and not pleasant to interact with. What do I do about that? Yeah, I'll tell you. Because no other artist is even going to tell you that's happening because they're afraid to lose subscribers. They're afraid that that person is listening and they're going to ball out and lose advertising revenue. I ain't scared of that shit. I want you gone. Gone. Good day. Because you're exactly the type of person that makes Earth suck and I don't want to waste time on you. You know? Like, but that, for real. Like, artists will never tell you, no. I'll tell you right now, if anybody here watching my show and fame is one of your goals, get that shit off the fucking list immediately. Because I promise you, what you think fame is and what it actually is are not the same thing. And when you get there and you get immediately fucking depressed because you're like, oh, fuck, this is fame? Yes. And don't get me wrong, it comes with tons of benefits. If you listen to Gary Vee, he never shuts the fuck up about the benefits. But you need to listen to people that are telling you about the fucking problems that come associated with it. Because some of you are not wired for fame. And you're chasing it because you're insecure and you want people to love you. And that's okay. That's 100% okay. All of us want to be loved and appreciated for what we are and what we're capable of. All of us. That's why a bunch of these nerds run around in their underwear and fucking From Souls games. It's they're showing the world, hey motherfuckers, I'm capable. I can do something. Man, that's fucking powerful. I'm so glad that exists. I don't have to like it. I'm so glad that kid has an outlet to show the world. Like, you have no idea how godly grateful I am that the National Football League and other professional sports leagues exist. And it really has nothing to do with me. It has to do with people like me that I relate to. There are people on this earth that if those organizations didn't exist, they would not have a life. Because how else would they display that type of skill? You can't take that skill to Microsoft. He can run really fast and catch a ball. And everybody makes fun of that. Oh, it's just catching a ball. You get your fucking scientific ass out there, run 60 yards, and catch a moving ball. I will wait. 98% of you motherfuckers will never do it. Talking about getting good. Get good at that. Because that's something that's using your actual, you know what I mean? So it's like, I respect that there are other ways people can show that they get good at shit. That is not lost on me why you love this game so much. It's a part of your ability to show the world that like when I see these kids on the guys, they're not kids, they're grown, but they're younger than me. These young dudes on YouTube, I watched this dude kill MALENIA. I wanted to meet him. Like, motherfucker, what did you do to learn these moves that you just pulled off? Because some of the fight, I was like, oh, I've done that. That's pretty dope. But then he mixed it with that. And he did this one move where he like just pirouetted and hit her in the air and just looked at her like, what? It totally canceled her move. And I didn't even know you could do that. That is such a level of skill. And I'll never get there because I don't enjoy the game enough to get good at that. Like, the things I enjoy, I get great at. I don't enjoy this enough to get great at. But the dude who does enjoy it enough, man, I hope everybody gets to see that video. This dude took down MALENIA like it was a joke. He was not American, by the way. He was not an English-speaking person. I think he was Japanese. It was fantastic. I wanted to high-five him. Like, bro, that's a skill. Like, that is literally the equivalent of watching Jerry Rice. I mean it. Not physically, but mentally. That is the equivalent of what Jerry Rice did in the Super Bowl against the Bengals. When he went on that drive and became the MVP. And caught all the passes that got him down there to score the touchdown. That kid in Frums, I equate that. I think that level of skill, you know, we'll probably celebrate Jerry Rice more because he's developing a skill that actually is associated with human survival, hunting, football, they're similar. But still, respect. So anybody who thinks I'm shitting on this game, you now have a record. I'm not. It's just not for me specifically. And that's okay. It doesn't need to be for me. It's for who it's for. And I'll get my enjoyment out of it, and this will be I'm going to try 2 more From Software games, and then if that doesn't exactly work out for me, I'm going to be done, but I'll still sing their praises. I'll still help them promote their shit. And then hopefully one day they'll make a game that's a little bit more suited for me, that has the elements of their games that I love, but also gets rid of the stuff that I don't. And if they never make that, I'll still respect and still show them love. Doesn't matter. There we go. All right, let's take some comments, and then we can get up out of here. I think I've monopolized enough of your afternoon with my scratchy voice. Hippie says, not sure if it's mentioned much in the art world. So I got a guy that went to art school who can confirm what I said is partially true. Yeah, no one's going to teach you guys, because most of the people teaching you guys didn't come out here. Like, how many of your teachers, like if you went to school for music, how many of your teachers actually published an album? Like the guys I help, I've actually published an album, so I can help them with the process. Getting shit copyrighted, getting publishers, I can teach you how to do all that shit. I've done it. I don't, like, these schools are just people that, and don't get me wrong, I have sat in college classes like with Stephen Pressfield and actual like Grammy nominated recording artists. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but is the person teaching you your music class ever like stood on a stage and delivered in front of 3,000 people? You know, do they have the experience to teach you? It's not just about being talented, because talent is bullshit. I've proven an ungodly amount of times that you can train talent. Now, some people are going to be genetically predisposed to being better than others, right? I have a friend named Justin that no matter how much I train, he will always be a better illustrator than me. But I can train enough to get talented enough to compete, right? And then you learn that talent only takes you so far. It's will that gets you 90% of the way there. And then you realize that your talent is actually more of a commodity than it is an asset. Because all your talent ain't worth shit if you can't show up and help, you know? But yeah, they don't tell artists like, dude, I don't see any of my Hollywood idols that I grew up watching really teaching the things I experienced when I tasted the shoelaces of fame. I was like, why did none of my idols tell us this? And they did. Like, a couple of my hip-hop artists actually have lyrics in their songs, like, you know, because fame is a drain where your morals get flushed. That's a lyric in one of my favorite hip-hop groups. Actually, almost their last album before they split up and then came back together later. Fame is a drain where your morals get flushed, your values get crushed, and you no longer trust what got you here in the first place. I'm glad I heard that song before I tasted the taste of fame that I had. And I got a good taste. I thanked God that he let me taste it so that I can know I never won. Thank you, Lord. But some of you may be wired to have it, and you can manage it emotionally. I don't think I can. Right? But there's not enough artists out there, to me, and maybe they are, and I'm just not coming across it, because admittedly I don't consume a lot of things, and maybe there's tons of people talking about it. But nobody talked about it in my world, and it hurt. It was like, damn, I wish somebody had prepared me for this. So now I try to let you guys know what I'm seeing out here as a Pathfinder. Lisa sings, why can't we be friends? And then answers, because you watch the news and absorb misery like a sponge. Nice. Yeah, TK. I think, honestly, the thing that scares, I think, maybe, it doesn't concern me much because my fame is very minuscule. But it's like, are you famous after in death? Like, I always think the people we celebrate throughout history, we really don't know them the way we think we do from the stuff we read. Because, like, I've been in war and been with the men that eventually become the shit you write stories about. And Hollywood and the movies romanticize it a lot more than the reality. And so it's like, when you've seen the real shit, it's like, the speeches were never this fucking... And sometimes they are, don't get me wrong. My boss's boss gave a really dope speech basically the day we went to war. I don't know if he prepared it, but it was tight. I was like, all right, sir. In fact, the final song on my album was titled the title I would have given his speech. I don't know if you knew that. But the last song on my one music album that I ever put out before I said, thank you, Lord, I'll not do music like this ever again. The last song is called These Are the Chariots. And during the speech before we went to war, the boss was telling us, hey, yo, guys, and he basically said this. He's like, men, the road home goes through Baghdad. And he points to our vehicles and he goes, and these are the chariots that are going to get us there. Let's rock. And it was like, I just remember being hyped when he said that shit. And so it still had a profound impact on me when I wrote the song. The song is very much more about what happens after war, which is the real hard part. War is actually kind of the fun part. It's everything you go through after the fact that's the PTSD and the hard part. Um, but like, yeah. Anyway, maybe that was interesting. Maybe I'm just rambling. I don't know. And so my fear would be like, if you got famous, did they really know who you really were, or are you famous for a lot of shit that they got wrong? Like, are some people in eternity looking at the the History Channel like, motherfucker, I never said that? Like, cause that would be me. Like, no, I actually was cool, man. I just hate stupid shit. Oh man. Because like one of the impressions people get around me, because I'm highly socially impatient, they conflate it with hate. Like, oh, this guy really hates us. No, I don't hate anybody. I just hate having my time wasted by stupidity. But people take it as me hating them, and it's like, no, man, I got love for you. I want you to win. Even if I don't like you, I can muster the courage to love you and show you respect as a human. It's like people talk about you got to learn mercy. I'm like, there are people on this planet that I hate that are still alive. Mercy has been doled. What else do you want from me? Like, I am plotting no ill toward them, whether figurative, literal, or otherwise. That should be enough mercy. I'm out. Yeah, good point, Turbo. Well said. TK Nelson says, I'm looking up your music now. You will never find it, sir. It's gone. I unpublished it, took it off the internet. It's gone. It is out of here. Maybe one day I'll reconstruct it as an NFT and give it to one of you guys. Or sell it for $6 billion or whatever. Turbo says, I'm stoked about her upcoming interview, whether it goes great. Right, just learn to do better. Yeah, so equate those two things, Turbo. It will have gone great if you went in, did all the things you knew to do, you were empathetic and made it about the employer and not you, and you learned something. Every time you go into an interview, if that happens, you won the interview. That was because you can't make the getting hired the goal. You don't control that. Make doing everything you like. I have been in job interviews where the interviewer didn't like me, and I was like, oh, thank God. I would have choked the fuck out of this guy working for him because he's a. Sorry. What's the proper word for the internet that I can use to not have my channel shut down? He's a coward. I can't work for cowards. I want it. I want them dead, and I have before. And I spend all my time stewing about how to not kill them, because they'll always do the thing that makes them look good instead of the right fucking thing. And it's just like, and we all do that. We all have cowardice, guys. I'm not the bastion of bravery here, but like, there's levels. All right, there's certain levels of cowardice I can't get to. I'm sure I'm cowardice in some other way that people or whatever, but can't deal with it. But yeah, like, I remember when I interviewed at AOL, the guy was a fucking condescending fuck. And I was like, thank God. And he didn't like me either because I was confident. Like, I didn't come in like subservient and, basking in the glow of his fucking eminence. Piece of shit. I was so glad I didn't get that job 40 years ago, whenever that was. Oh, God. Because me and that guy would have had fights. And it's funny because I worked for a guy just like him years later. I was like, oh, this is what I avoided. Thank God that the beginning of my civilian career didn't start with this shit. But you know what? I was blessed to have a job at all, for real. And the truth is, the grander perspective is I've been truly privileged and blessed to have any semblance of the life that I've had. So even the cowards and fucktards I've had to deal with, I'm grateful. Because I've been a coward and a fucktard myself, and I thank God for his mercy. Because otherwise, I'd be just as bad as the shit I talk about. And maybe I am. Maybe I need to keep working. Clem says he has one of his songs on TikTok. Yeah, that's true, but that's not from my album though. That was from I guess they started calling them mixtapes when I was working on that. That was like a side hustle mixtape thing that I was working on. Of all live, like that song is actually a live production. Like we weren't in front of an audience, but that whole song is played with either instruments or digital materials where we were all in the room playing it live and reacting to each other. Like except for the lyrics, I recorded the lyrics later, but like the drum beat, I laid the drum beat because I made the drum beat. My boy Preston came in, my one of my first business partners ever, my brother, military brother too. My boy Preston came in and played the congos. I laid the bass line over it, and then no, my boy Patrick laid the bass line. I did not. Patrick, who's been on the show, laid the bass line, and then I dropped the vocals over it later. So all of that with the whole premise of the mixtape was called Live Live. And it was I was a live musician, and I don't really like I learned over the process of making an album that I hate making albums. I hate being in the studio, and I love being on stage, but I hated the studio. And so Live Live was an opportunity for me to make something that's a little more raw. It would still have flaws in it like live music always does. I prefer that. I don't like polished perfect shit. I think it sounds terrible. But like I went and saw Floetry perform, Marsha Ambrose and the songstress. After I heard Marsha Ambrose sing in real life, I couldn't listen to her music anymore because they dumb it down. I was like, oh Jesus, they water her shit all the way down. This woman is a like she's an act like when you hear about sirens in history, she's one of them. Like the shit she can do with her voice is almost like Shaka Khan level. And for me to say that Shaka Khan is my number one singer of all time, which is weird because I typically prefer male singers, the intonation of the male voice. But Shaka Khan, boy, woo! And of course, I love Whitney Houston because of Shaka Khan. That was like her understudy. But Marsha is that next coming of Shaka Khan. And nobody knows that because she's not marketed like a lot of other artists, but she would sing every other artist I know under the frickin' table. Except for maybe my wife. My wife's like that. Ooh, yeah. So yes, you can find that song, but that's not from the album. Turbo says, I appreciate knowing that. I haven't had an interview in over 30 years. Yeah. You can't make, I got the job, so I succeeded, because you'll feel terrible if you don't get the job. I did everything I could to make that job interview work and make the company better. If they didn't give me the job, they either had somebody better for it, or God's trying to tell me he's got something better for me. That attitude will keep you out of the depression of thinking you failed. You didn't fail. You showed up to solve a problem for somebody, and they decided to go in a different direction. That's not failure. And as I was telling one of my Spartans this week, the topic we've been harping on is all of you suck. And this is a compliment, by the way. I'm not criticizing. All of you suck at determining what failure is. All of you. You think things are failure that are just temporary defeats, right? And it's because you weren't football players. Like the team that wins the championship doesn't win all the games, but they win the championship. They focus on the end game, not the individual battles. And all of you are tactically focused on the individual battles. And you realize Earth is kind of a game where it's rigged to lose 70% of the time. And if you're only winning 30% of the time and you deem that winning and losing, you're going to be depressed. So you have to redefine the way you look at success. Otherwise, you're going to be depressed all the time. The best batters in baseball miss the ball 7 out of 10 times. And they're considered the greatest hitters of all time. 7 out of 10 times, guys. You got to rewire how you look at failure. Otherwise, you're going to be a failure because you're going to move yourself into learned helplessness by constantly piling on yourself when you don't quote unquote win. Temporary defeat and failure are not the same thing. And it also means that none of you read Think and Grow Rich, and you should have. Break time. I'll be back to close out the comments and get you guys on with your day. Back in a second. So I am on the last day of this cold. So all the head cold sounds should be over. Hopefully by the next time we stream, or at the very least the next 2 streams. Go ahead and turn the recording for this. No, we'll keep the recording going. We might use some of this for our podcast if any of it was good. Let's see, my man Ian McDermott. There's a name I think I've seen before, but not in a long time. Have you left a comment in the past? You seem familiar. He goes on to say, I think it's a he. Hey there. You was recommended, and I checked out a few of your videos. I dig you. Well, we dig you too, Ian. Anybody that digs us, we immediately dig you too. Thanks for coming by, and thanks for letting me know. Hey, that means the world to me that you watched and then took the time out of your life to let me know you liked it. You have no idea how much that means to me, dude. That is a huge compliment. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Ian McDermott goes on to say, let me get this right. You're a sportsman and a father, and you play video games and work. Nice. I thought it was just me. Nah, man, you're not alone. Welcome home. Glad to have you, brother. And really, you just described everybody here for the month. Not everybody here plays video games, but they'll have some other hobby you can switch out for video games, and still they match all that stuff. Like Turbo is a good athlete and an engineer and a video game player and a mom. She's a killer. You know, I could say the same thing about Ursula. I could say that, and Lisa just trade engineer for artist, and she's learning the video game stuff. Like, she's an artist who I'm trying to get into video games because the art, like, hey, let's talk about the good things in From Software. A lot of my shows kind of hinge on the critiques because that's where the humor is. Let's talk about some of the good stuff though, man. Like the detail of the art of this game. Because I was hearing people say, oh, the graphics aren't that good. I will give you that the models are a little dated, but the art style and the detail is untouchable. And that goes back to From Software games all the way back to the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 generation. Like, I was watching my boy play, Suba was playing Bloodborne last night, and I was just looking at that like, damn, that still looks good. Like, that's still this much time later, because I think that came out in 2015 or 14, something like that. Like, it still looks good. Like, the artwork in this game is, that's why I started making the sleep relaxation and meditation videos, was because there's so many places you can go that are just gorgeous and you can get lost. Like this was my favorite one that I filmed, this giant Gothic building. It actually looks way prettier before the end of the game when everything is burnt to the ground. But when it's delicious, and I still say it's beautiful here, just not quite as nice, it's so awesome. Like, you could just get lost staring at this for hours. At least I can. Maybe you don't relate to that, but I do. And I know there's other people here who do, because those videos have been doing quite well. I couldn't believe those videos started to blow up. I laughed. I was like, really? I just made those for the couple people that come by. People are loving them. Sweet. That's all right. Ian says, I was listening to a stream from him the other day, and wow. Hey, anyway, either way, man, thank you so much for listening. Anybody that takes time out of their life to listen to the stupid stuff I say, you're a blessing, man. God bless you. Thank you. Rayman says, at B, that's why I was thinking you'd like to fly a drone for that cinematic FPV experience. First person view experience is what I think you're saying. Throw a camera into a beautiful... Yeah. No, absolutely, dude. I will definitely... Well, I mean, I guarantee it, because, you know, I may get focused on something else, and that passion project takes a back seat. But I do plan to do those meditation videos in actual nature, too. Not just in the video game world. I started with video games because video games, you know, before I knew about therapists, this was my therapy. So one thing I can respect from the From Software fans, if you were, you know, depressed and come from abuse and shit like that a lot of us do, this game was not only exposure therapy, it was showing you that you can overcome hardship if you just keep trying. You know how valuable that lesson is? And you're learning that lesson through. I already told, like I said, all my kids are playing this game so they can learn. This game teaches perseverance. And to persevere even when shit looks like it won't work, can't work, or you don't work. But you just keep trying and somehow you win. That's life, man. Like, this game so well captures that. Anyway, I forgot where I wanted to take the character to go look at something. But yeah, I definitely plan to do nature stuff too. But the video games are such a special part of my life. I wanted to start there because I knew there would be others who relate to. Oh, video games were some of your best friends growing up too because you were lonely? Because people didn't like you? Yeah, I relate to that. The big boisterous guy who managed to somehow get quasi-internet famous, actually struggled to make friends and be social. Yeah, dude, you're not alone. Just because I'm fucking articulate doesn't mean the shit I say comes out well to other humans. What was my first system? Damn. Atari 2600. It's technically a lie because it was my brother's. I have a brother that's 9 to almost 10 years older than me. And he had an Atari 2600. I remember getting to an age where I remembered it being in the house and be like, oh, what's that? And then Atari 2600. But I have to imagine the first thing I ever played on was actually an arcade system. It had to be. Because I'm from the 80s and 90s, man. I didn't grow up in the 2000s with the PlayStation 1 like a lot of you guys did. And that's why you guys love all these damn stories. That's what you grew up with. Like, the story I grew up with goes a little something like this. A nice woman who happens to be dressed like a stripper is hanging out on the corner in New York. I don't know why. But she's not a stripper, but she's dressed like one. Some thugs come up and punch the stripper in the stomach, throw her over the shoulder, and walk away. As soon as that happens, me and my brother come out of the garage where we were working on a car, because apparently this lady is both of our girlfriends. And we're going to beat the shit out of New York until we get to Machine Gun Willie's lair in Manhattan. Has to be Manhattan. Because it's a castle with dragons and shit in it. It has to be in Manhattan. We get to Machine Gun Willie is actually his name. Machine Gun Willie's lair to have a showdown, a fist fight with Machine Gun Willie, who is shooting a machine gun at you, and you are beating his ass with bare fists. And then shortly after that, Marion, the nice lady dressed as a stripper, comes down from the place where they had her tied up, apparently beating Machine Gun Willie, sets her free, physics stops working, she drops from the ceiling, and she was tied up, she's now free, and now you beat the shit out of your brother to see who gets to date her. That was literally the story to my favorite game as a child. So, sorry, PlayStation 1 generation, I don't give a fuck about Eris or Cloud's sorry fucking emo bitchy ass. I beat up Machine Gun fucking Willie. You think I care about Cloud's problems? Like, that's what I mean. It's just a generational, it's an experience difference. Like, you came expecting to be told something. All I saw was Machine Gun Willie got the girl, let's go get him. Kick ass. It was every 80s movie ever, and I miss that. I miss making things overly simplified because it's fun. Like, I'm not expecting to get deeper meaning out of beating the shit out of Machine Gun Willie. I just want to feel like I'm capable for 5 seconds. And the first time you beat Machine Gun Willie, you feel that. And that's why I say I don't think these From Software games are hard. Like, Double Dragon's harder than this. Like, to actually beat it is harder. The fights aren't necessarily harder. But to get through all of the fights, maintain your health, and survive. Double Dragon's like a long Souls-born boss fight, basically. So first system would have been arcade / technically 2600. However, what was my first system would be the Commodore 64. The first system that I owned to myself was the good old Commodore 64. And that was because I lived in Europe at the time, and that was the popular console there. I didn't get an NES until I moved back to the States. I think almost half a decade, if not half a decade after the NES came out, that's when I got it. Because by the time I got an NES, I was already in like late elementary school or middle school. It's like I'm already grown by the time my parents got me one of these. It's like my college graduation gift 20 years later. Hey, remember that NES you wanted for Christmas? Good job getting through school, bro. Here you go. Like, Dad, the PlayStation 4 is out now. You're welcome. Oh, thanks, Dad. My parents were cheap, yo. And we were not poor. We were not poor. My parents were just cheap as shit. That's all it is. Hey, we got a bell bearing. Let's go do something with that. You had the NES. Yeah, the NES was... So I'll say the NES was the console that made me, like, legit, like, oh, I'm doing this for the rest of my life. Commodore 64 was the introduction to games to say, I love this. And then the NES was the nail in the... Like, that's it. I'm doing... This is going to be my hobby forever. And I'm going to, 20-some years later on the internet, complain about every video game I've ever played because they're annoying. But in jokes, I don't have any real complaints, dude. These games are all marvels of modern technology. I don't have any real, actual complaints. We're all privileged. We're all blessed. Come on, get out of here. Clem says, was that River City Ransom? Was what River City Ransom? What are you talking about? So what I'm wondering is, because Godfrey, basically the trick to beating Godfrey was just using one of the weapons from the other remembrances. This game does have a lot of Mega Man to it. So there is a way probably to beat the final boss. Like, what makes this game fun to me is when somebody figures out the Mega Man trick, and then not the cheesy shit where, like, I shot Moog with arrows from outside the gym. I don't mean that. Like, an actual fight, but you're fighting the fight the way the designers would fight it because they know all the tricks. That's what I want to know. I don't get joy out of figuring that out. I get joy out of doing it once somebody tells me it. And I think the core audience for this game gets the joy of solving the mystery. I don't. I get the joy out of beating his ass. So it's like this great symbiotic relationship of all these mystery solvers. Like, I'm waiting for someone to actually beat the shit out of the game and just be like, use this blade. Because when I used that blasphemous blade on Godfrey, he might as well have not even come to the fight. And then, like, the core audience of the game, why would you play it like that? That removes the challenge. No. I beat the challenge. Like, I overcame it by being smarter than it. Isn't that what you're here for? Right? So, no, I overcame the challenge by not fighting like an idiot. I did the thing that works. Like how, like how actual fighting works. So I'm curious. I'm going to take a ride around the internet. I bet you there's one of these blades or something beats the shit out of the final boss. And once I figure that out, I'll do it. And then I'll actually be able to have fun. Because I'm never going to have fun doing the fight 20 times to learn when I'm supposed to do which dance move. That shit is like being in school. And I hated school. I was not good. Like, I'm not good at this game because I sucked at school really bad. Or those things are correlated, not causation. But my sucking at school and sucking at this game are related. That's the point. I suck at them both for the same reasons. And it's the reason is the patience to go through a process that I think is flawed and silly. I learn way faster outside of school. I've gotten, the education I've gotten after high school and college has been 1,000,000 times more powerful than the education I got there. Because when you know how to learn, you can learn way faster than that college shit. I can learn a textbook in a week and get the shit I need out of it and be out of there. I don't need a fucking semester. Get out of here. Now, obviously, I can't retain an entire textbook in a week, but I can pull the shit out of it that I need to actually apply the knowledge to real life. Because I really don't give a fuck about how good you are at regurgitating information you read in a book. I care about, do you have the critical thinking skills to apply it properly to life to get a benefit out of it? And when you learn that's what learning is all about, it's like college is a really slow way to get there. Just teach a lot of that shit to yourself. And that's what all these billionaires, like Bill Gates, figured out. He went to college, it's like, oh, I can do this shit myself faster. And like, he jokes, he's like, I've taken more college courses after college. And me too. Like, I've taken college at the Wharton Business School. I took a game theory, not game theory, gamification, which is like gamification and game theory. There's a lot of it mixed in. It was in their their graduate business program. So yeah, I still take classes, but it's classes that help me learn a thing that helps me do a thing. Like when I went to get my YouTube certification, I was like, this is actually really useful information. There's a lot of fluff in it, but even the fluff stuff was like, that program is well done. I was like, damn, YouTube, you guys aren't bad at this. Not dang bad, and I still use the principles I learned in that certification program to make YouTube channels do what they do. It's cool. I'm glad I learned it. Ian's back to our Ninja Gaiden comment, y'all. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden is the hardest game I've ever played that I can think of from immediate stream of consciousness without thinking deeply about all the hard games I've played. Ninja Gaiden is far harder than any of these From Software games I've played. But it's because the hardness is in the execution. From Software games are hard because they're hard to the challenge is in the figuring out the mystery. Once you know the mystery, the challenge is over. I mean, other than you kind of have to be good at Dance Dance Revolution. But Ninja Gaiden is just hard. It's like, you can see what to do. Good luck doing it. Here you go. That's what I prefer that. I prefer a challenge that's just hard to do and not complex to fucking figure out. And that's why we do what we do. Alright, so which one of these bell bearing shops did this new bell bearing go to? Is it one? And why are there separate bell bearing shops? Like, just say, here's all the bell bearing people on a list. I guess there's a lot of them, though. That would get hard to manage. Corin, that's what I'm looking for. Do I have all this stuff? Because I've been trying to find him, but I do have all this stuff. I have his gear now, too. I think this black flame is one of the methods I saw a dude murdered MALENIA using. Because, like, when you're casting it, she can't hit you or something. And while she's in it, she's just getting destroyed. I think it was that. I might be wrong about the actual spell, but it was something along those lines. Alright, cool. Oh, and I can always buy an additional 3 spirit arcs, or rune arcs if I need them. Sweet. Because, Clem, I'm talking about the arcade version of Double Dragon, not that NES bastardization. I'm talking about real Double Dragon, the one I played in arcades and loved. The Nintendo version I love, but it's nowhere near. I mean, in some ways, it's kind of a better game than the arcade game, but it's also worse in a lot of ways. Alright, that's bell-bearing dude. I'm trying to think, what else do I even have left to do in this game at this point? Oh, I forgot to use my Moon Veil in that fight. Oh, but you know what? I had it equipped, and my Spirit Ash never switched to it that I saw, so that's good intelligence gathering. Ian McDermott says, hey, holy shit, there's a YouTube certification? I didn't even know that. I don't know if they do it anymore. I got certified back in 2014. I don't even know if they offer the program anymore, but it was awesome. I enjoyed it. It was like a legit college course. I was like, this is heavy. It's like one of my courses. In fact, some of my course, I got some of the ideas from it from going through YouTube certification. I was like, oh, I need to have one of these. Cool. Like bringing in guest teachers and stuff. Totally took that from YouTube. Thanks, YouTube, for the schooling. I now forgot what I was getting ready to do in the game, which happens all the time because there's so many things you can do in this game that, you know, and so let me put it like this. Like, I'd say like 80% of this game, what it is kind of the GOAT. And then it's like that 20% of things I don't like kind of keep it. And so now I'm wondering, do I even put Elden Ring on my top 10 list? Because that's like the fact that I don't enjoy the end game. I'll get through it. I'll finish it, but I don't really enjoy it that much. It's like, damn, how many points do I take off for that? Like, and it's like I also want to be fair because it's just the designer trying to express their vision. And I think, like, my observation of Elden Ring, kind of the philosophy behind the big picture design was give all players an ability to get kind of good at this game, and then as they progress through, they'll know if they're going to be good enough to play the rest. And then as you get to the end game, what they ramp up is just the fact that these things can do an ungodly amount of more damage. and they have an ungodly amount of defense buffs. So it's like everything becomes a Superman all of a sudden. And it's not that you can't win the fights, you can still very much win the fights. It's for me, the fights become so, like, every fight is a fucking salsa dance where it's like, I'm actually just trying to get through this dungeon to get something, which I learned later that you can just run through the dungeon and run away from everything. But is running away from things constantly chasing you fun? Like that's not enjoyable to me. And I did hear from one of the fans who told me, really cool guy, he was saying that what actually is fun for him about this game is the fact that he is constantly under the feeling of dread. And I thought, you know what? I'm lacking empathy. Because I bet you what this game gives people is like a small taste of the thrill of the danger of being on a football field, or the danger of a real battlefield where you are actually scared to die. And this game does that. I mean, you're not really dying, but the brain doesn't really know the difference between a simulation and real, so it still feels fear like it is dying, just not as severe. And so maybe like this is the player's version of going to war and enjoying the thrilling parts of war, not the depressing dark side of it, right? I was like, oh, I could see why people would love that. But maybe because I've done the real life thing, it doesn't give me the thrill, because it's like, well, this isn't the maybe my brain's not wired to get the same thrill because I've had the real fear of people trying to blow me up and shit. I don't know. I don't know if any of that's true, but it made me think about y'all. Like, oh, this is as close as some people may ever get to war, and that's a good thing. Like, that's learning how to manage like safe hardship. I think there's value in that. I don't know. Just call me Ian. Will do, brother. Ian says, "Oh God, I hate these effing dragons." So the dragons in this game, though, just stay near their tail and behind their feet, and until they do some stupid AOE spell that you can just run away from, just beat the shit out of them. And then they usually, like, because they're going to be trying to swing at you, but they can't hit themselves in the ass. That's the trick to the dragons. It's just they'll usually get you because the ladder dragons all have crazy AOE shit that can destroy everything in a hit or two. That's where, like, nothing in this game is hard. Everything in this game is just a bully. It's like everything in the game is just an unfair fight, which is technically difficult. But I always say, it's not just difficulty. It's how and why it's difficult that matters to me. And if the only difficulty is this thing is a bullet sponge and I take 2 hits, that's not a challenge I want to incur. That's stupid. To me. Not saying it is. Just for me, that's silly. Oh, that reminds me. I need to log into the other side of my YouTube real quick and unban one of our friends that Clem banned. Silly Clem. And I thought Clem had unbanned him, but I don't think that's possible. So that's where I went wrong. I was expecting it to work itself out, but I think I'm the one that has to do it. So let me actually split the screen here so I can see y'all's comments while I'm doing this. I want to greet you guys, ladies and others. Oof, that video went through the roof in terms of viewership. Wowzers. Cool. All right, let's go to... Where do I need to go to fix this? Probably. No, I didn't want you to close it. I just wanted to save. Ian says, I think these new people can't handle real life and then come here to hide from it. And yeah, we all do that to a degree. I do that too. It's not necessarily to hide, but I come to video games to get a sense that I'm stronger than I am because the world will constantly remind you of how weak you are. And so games are kind of a place where you come to be a superhero. For me, that's what I use them for. Other people are using them. Like this game to me is like if I was breaking it down psychologically, this game to me screams way more exposure therapy than like encouraging and building someone up. Like for me, shooter games, I don't really like first person shooters that much, but some of them were great exposure therapy for me. So, but yeah. So, it's not so much that I think they can't handle real life, it's that, man, life is tough. Life throws punches, baby. And it's like sometimes you need a spot. Like when my dad passed away, that's when I started watching Angry Video Game Nerd. And because I'm not a big entertainment guy, I never really have been. I do watch things, but I'm more of a depth over. Like I'll watch 12 things 1,000 times versus try to watch everything once. And I started watching, and I was like, oh, this is what entertainment's for. It's like when you're super depressed, this is a good outlet because it's nostalgic. He's talking about all these video games I grew up playing. Because he and I think we're close in age. But I'm also seeing somebody overreact angrily to shit that's not that serious, which was kind of part of the premise for this show. I didn't really take that from James, but I took the idea I took from James and listening to his interviews was, he's like, the joke of Angry Video Game Nerd is, why is this guy so angry? Like, it's just a video game that's 30 years old. Why is he, first of all, why is he playing it? And then secondly, why is he so mad? He could just go do something else. And I've always loved that joke, which is why so many of these shows are me ranting and spitting and screaming at the game, because I think it's funny. Unfortunately, people, because I'm so, you know, what I'm doing, the character I'm playing is I'm so into it, but people like, he really hit, like, because I'll always say, man, fuck this game. I don't mean that. I love Elden Ring. I don't love it as much as I want to now that I'm at the end, and what I thought was going to happen in this game is exactly what fucking happened. The main thing I was afraid of in Elden Ring is exactly how it was designed, but I was also prepared for that. Like, it's not that big a deal. Like, we are playing a video game in America. We won. There are no complaints. My man Cap's in the house. What's up, home? Is it under the community? I gotta figure out which tab this is on. Wow, I have not blocked enough people. That's all the people I've blocked this whole time I've been running this channel? Or somebody on the team blocked? We gotta step up our blocking. We are certainly not blocking enough people. We gotta get on that. We gotta turn our block ratio up. Or maybe just enough of the people that need to be blocked haven't been attracted to it. There he is. That said, tag, you're free, baby. Get in there. Nah, we'll leave that alone. Alright, Tag has been taken out of the YouTube dungeon. He should be able to hang. Tag, if you're here watching, you've been set free, brother. Thanks for sending me. I just saw the email in my inbox. Thanks for sending me that to remind me to unblock you. And sorry that Clem blocked you. Because it's funny, when he started saying, when I came on the show last night, and Clem was like, yo, Tag, I think you're blocked. I'm like, oh, yeah, he is, because you blocked him. I totally forgot that happened. Clem blocked his ass because he clicked the wrong button, which it totally wasn't Clem's fault. The YouTube stupid thing, it's always moving, so he went to click, and as he was clicking, the feed moved up because somebody else commented, and he blocked the wrong person. But I thought we squared it away that night. I didn't realize, like, I've been wondering, like, where the hell has Tag been? Why has he not been on any of these shows? Not realizing his ass was still blocked. So, Tag is free. Oh yeah, Turbo. I encourage every artist or whomever, creator, whatever you label you give yourself, block early and often. 70% of the people on the internet are miserable. You know, it doesn't mean they're all bad people, obviously, but they're not doing okay. So a lot of the interactions you're going to get are going to be vastly negative. So instead of, like, I just don't waste time. Basically, my litmus test is if your comment signals to me that your IQ level and ability to critically think is at a level where I am going to not enjoy trying to even have a conversation with you, I just save us both the time. There's lots of other channels you can enjoy, and we don't need to be, you know, we certainly don't need to be enemies, but we also don't need to be hanging out as friends either. Lisa said friendly fire. That's a good. I love this canopy they made with the trees. That was such a nice artistic touch right there. Now, one of the things I will enjoy about this game once I've beaten it is just going back to the world and beating the hell out of things that bullied me earlier. That's a lot of fun. I think the main thing I don't really like about this game is the end-game boss fights. Everything else is great. I don't want to do this for 45 minutes. I want to do something else. This isn't get good. Like, no, I will. It's just this isn't fun. It's not that it's difficult. It's tedious and unfun. I can deal with the difficulty of it. What up, homie? Damn, that's all he had? Was that blood rose? I figured a boss that bothered to have an entrance like that was going to have some better items to give us after we killed him. And truthfully, I'm surprised. Oh, he's a blood enemy, though. I was probably damn near halfway healing him while I was hitting him with this blade. Probably should have switched weapons. And that's another RPG thing that just... It doesn't work on... It doesn't work for me. So, RPGs are kind of predicated on complexity, where it's you have to be managing a lot of different variables at the same time. So it's like, we're going to go into a fight, and this guy's weak against lightning. We have to switch to the water weapons, and you have to know those things and pick them up. But like the execution, like in a tabletop game, that makes a lot of sense. I have never thought Dungeons and Dragons translates well to a video game where the point of the game is the word I call play. Now, we may all define that differently. But literally having to remember, oh, this guy's a blood guy, so I need to switch weapons. Fuck off. Like, I don't get joy out of having to remember all that shit. Like, in a game. Like, if I have to do that in real life to help somebody make, you know, $100,000 this month in their business, all day. That's fun. But doing that shit in a game is, like, there's no payoff for it. Like, you're wasting my time so that you can give me a reason to use this blade you put in the game. Like, I could have made up a reason. I didn't need that. And so kind of the end of that statement is games are more complex than I think they need to be a lot of times. But this modern audience has been conditioned to equate complexity with quality. And that's one of my fundamental, like, oh, God, I wish that was not true. Wish it wasn't. But it is, and I ain't doing nothing about it, so bitching about it is going to do us no good. Oops, wrong button. Turbo says I blocked about 20 in my games. I gotta step my game up, Turbo. 20 is a good number. Cap says, first day back in the gym in 4 days. Feels liberating. Fuck injuries. Yeah, it's hard, man. When injuries sideline you, it's hard to deal with it psychologically because you feel like you're losing progress. Just know that you're not. You're not losing any progress. Body keeps the score. It knows what to do. Stronger than you think you are, brother. Don't let it get you down. But I'm glad you made it back. Glad you made it back. Oh, let's try let's do one more try on Malenia with a rune arc. See how that goes. And then we'll call it a day. What you guys say? Oop, wrong place. Do one more try on Malenia, and then maybe we'll put this Elden Ring thing to bed, and then I'll go actually beat the game at some point. And then we'll move on to, we've got Elix 2 is on the horizon. Looking forward to playing that with you guys. I really wish I could have beat the game on camera with y'all, but like I'm way too competitive. Like I'll start getting actually frustrated if I try to like really win, and that's just not going to be fun to watch on a show. That's something that needs to, the process of getting good needs to not be on camera, because it's unfun for me. Like I think a lot of people enjoy it. It is very much like doing freaking arithmetic to me and not enjoyable. So we'll kind of, the bow we'll put on Elden Ring is that I think it's a fantastic masterpiece that everybody should play, including people like me who don't really like From Software games, because it's excellent. Just manage your expectations that at some point in the game, it is going to force you, until I find the Mega Man. Now, I will say this, if I do find the Mega Man trick to beat the game, I will film that. But I won't film me doing it 20 times and then winning by the skin of my teeth the 20th time 4 hours later, because I think there are more enjoyable things that you all could be watching with your time than me sucking at the video game. But yeah, that's kind of my synopsis, man. This game has been fan-effing-tastic. I wish it could have ended as amazingly for me as it started, but objectively speaking, I think they did a bang-up job with it. Cap says the marathon never ends, baby. Tell me about it. Wait, is this the blade I want? Yeah, it's the blade I want. Let's go to work. Yeah, I think the way I will actually beat her when I do it, is I won't have my Spirit Ash for at least the first half of the fight. Oh, what you got there, big guy? Or start hitting her. That's fine too. It's better than doing nothing. Wait. Did she? Oh, damn it. I wasn't paying attention. That's gang.
I am MALENIA.
Did she cancel out my move? Because there was supposed to be a whole other series of attacks there that just stopped for no reason. Like my attack train just all of a sudden stopped, and I didn't stop pushing the button. So that goes back to my question. Does anybody know, are these damn, because I will accept that it's operator error if it is, but that doesn't happen all the time. Are these Xbox Series X controllers pressure sensitive? Like, am I not hitting these buttons hard enough? Because there's been so many fights where I'm holding sprint and he just keeps walking. Like, I'm holding B, motherfucker. Like, you know, and that type of shit, if the game's designed to be that way, you could eat a dick. But I don't think it is. Why would you make your game that clunky, right? There's no way I'll believe that that's the way the game really is. She full counters. Well, but she wasn't doing anything that I could see. She was just standing there, and my attack just stopped. But she's fast. I could have missed. Yeah, maybe she did a sword art or something that canceled my move out. Which, if that's what happened, cool. Good fight. But what it looked like to me on screen was that my player just stopped playing for a second so that the boss could recuperate. Which I would totally not put past these people doing. Anything to make the game 0.04% more difficult so the nerds won't complain. I believe they will do. There you go, girl. Get that speed walk on. Oh, she came in swinging, didn't she? Yeah, girl. Yeah. Woo! And my boy's here, so it's game time. Here it comes. Do that thing, girl. Yeah! Do that thing! Do that thing you love! Oh, damn it, she had one more in the tank. See, that's the shit I'm just never going to get good at memorizing. It's 6 spins instead of 4. Fuck off. Boss fight! Ooh, homemade pretzel bread from my wife. Delicious. Happy National... I love my wife. It's Happy National Pretzel Day. She knows I love pretzels because I lived in Germany as a kid and ate pretzels all the time. I didn't even know it was Pretzel Day. My wife figured that out and just made me a homemade pretzel that I'm going to take a bite out of. Holy Jesus, woman. Are you still here? This is delicious. God, I married Jesus' cousin. I promise that lady's got Jesus' blood in her veins. Oh, it's delicious. Oh, one day you guys can have an awesome wife too, I promise. Oh God, that is so delicious. Yo, is she going after him? Hell yeah. I've never seen that happen. Come on, homeboy, get up. And run away. Don't go in there, you big dummy. Alright. Showtime. See, I'm too greedy. I will constantly, yeah, ho.
Your strength.
Fall out, motherfucker. That is how that fight is supposed to work, and that's why I've been pissed. Because if that would have just worked, I would have won 7 years ago. And that is the fundamental reason why this game gets on my nerves. Because when shit works as it's supposed to, you're actually fucking good. Instead of the game handicapping you.
My brother. I'm sorry. I finally met my match.
I had no idea we were going to win that. I was doing it to be funny. That is, I'm so glad we beat Malenia on this stream. If my shitty ass can beat Malenia, I don't want to hear shit about how hard this game is. Go play Ninja Gaiden, kids. My non-dexterous my no-hand dexterity having ass won that fight. I have never seen her target the Spirit Ash before. That was cool as shit. Actually made the fight winnable because I didn't have to run for my life for a half an hour trying to use my healing items. All right, Malenia. Oh, we get to do one more cool thing on the show too. So here's what I wonder. If I use... Oh, dude, that just makes sense. I bet you her shit is the thing that kills the final boss. And if that's true, this game I may be able to put this shit back on the GOAT list. Hold on, guys. Story's not over yet. Elden Ring may be able to get put back on the GOAT list. If there's a Mega Man way to do this... damn, now I might have to keep streaming. That's assuming any of this shit I'm saying is true. And if it's true, then wow, I really... am ignorant and need to learn more. And I admit that every time. That's never been lost on me. Wow. And sorry for story fans that I was talking shit over her whole cutscene. I've seen that cutscene like 6 times. So I wasn't I didn't do my job as I should have, which is to shut up and let you guys enjoy the story. Hey, she almost gave me enough points to level up. That is another thing about this game that's just like, fuck you. I killed the hardest boss in the game and I still can't level up off of it because you're stingy as shit with the XP in this game because you wanted to play like an MMO where people will play it for 400 hours so you can collect data on them and sell that data to the people who funded the game. Yeah, no. That obvious that that's what you're doing. I can't prove that, but I'd love for them to prove it wrong. Let's see. Turbo says, he says, hey, where's Jolly? Last I talked to Jolly, he was working on a movie. But you guys saw, I sent an actual group text asking had anybody talked to him because I haven't heard from him. And I was wondering if he was okay because I haven't been able to reach him, unfortunately. But I thought that that was because, he's working on a movie. He might be on the ground and not be able to really rap with people. Some of that stuff can get like that. So I wanted to respect his space. But I have actually not spoken to him. So if any of you have and you know he's safe, I would appreciate a heads up. Oh, that was enough to level up. Beb. Barely. Ooh, with my newfound wealth, what should I level up? I don't know. Ooh, I can get my blade to go from 658 to 659. I'm sure that's the difference between winning and losing the final boss fight. Right, you just killed the most powerful thing in the game, and the game can't do you a solid and let you get 10 levels out of that. Like, the nerds who are screaming at the screen right now because that's not the way they like this game, what does that actually take away from you? Like, you just got 10 more levels for kill. I guess, had I not waited till this late in the game, I could have leveled up 10 times. You could argue that. If I had fought her at a point that I was supposed to instead of trying to be overleveled, you could argue that I would have leveled up 10 times. Okay. Touche. I would still scale that XP to the player's level, though. I would have given me 4 million instead of 48,000 so that I can feel like I actually accomplished something because I care way more about accomplishing than showing people that I can do dance steps. But, fuck my feelings. This is the artist's vision. I have no idea what to even level up at this point. I mean, I was going to screw around with arcane stuff because that's going to make my blade do more death to the bad guys. So let's do that. Turbo says, Bryant, you won by the power of fresh baked goodness. You dang right, not gonna lie. Was your wife not the game? I know, right? My wife came in right as we were doing the hardest thing in the game, and somehow I won it. That screams some hyper spiritual Jesus stuff that she's into. What voodoo are you doing, lady? I got delicious food and. Oh, there's a story segment here. Quick break, guys. I don't want you to miss this. This is actually going to be cool. I'll be right back. Go tell my wife how delicious that pretzel was. That shit. It's life changing. Okay, so before we get into this story segment, I need to share something really important with you guys. All right, so my wife comes in here and interrupts us with the most delicious pretzel I've ever eaten in my life that she made by hand. And pretzels is probably my second favorite food ever. Like real pretzels, not that hard shit you buy in bags in America. Actual pretzels. If you live in Philly or Pennsylvania, those pretzels. She brings the pretzel. I bite into it during the MALENIA fight. It's the most delicious pretzel that's ever happened. That's the first thing. We then beat MALENIA while I'm chewing on the pretzel, by the way. I was taking breaks to eat the pretzel while I was fighting her. That should tell you how not hard that fight. I've been telling y'all for weeks that fight is not hard. It's just cheap as fuck. There's a difference. We beat her. Then I went to the bathroom. TMI. Close your ears if this sounds... I'm sorry. I got to tell this story. I don't know any other way to tell this. But it's important that I tell this part of the story because it's going to feed the bottom line of what I'm saying, which is all of you are probably going to be millionaires tonight. Here's how. I went to the bathroom, and in the process of going to the bathroom, I'm going to make this as not gross as I can make it, so it's not TMI. A mosquito flies by the toilet. I use the stream to hit the mosquito, and I didn't touch the toilet, and the mosquito lands in the toilet and dies. I never get bit. Guys, something's up in the universe. This is the one time I'm going to tell you it's okay to play the lottery. You guys know I think the lottery is retarded. It's made for stupid people. Like, don't do it. It's bad for you on principle. This is the one time I'm telling y'all, everybody buy a lottery ticket. Something's up. And you may, like, all of you might be the winner. And then you could just share the $6 billion or whatever it is. Son, how does that many dope things happen in quick succession in a day? And by the way, I have a wife. Let's start there before the pretzel. I have a wife who likes me and loves me. Loving is easy. She likes me is the more important part. And likes being around me. Like, do you understand what a blessing that is in life to have a significant other who not only gives a fuck about you, but likes the fact that you're here and is happy that they married you? There is no greater feeling on the planet than that. And if I could bottle it and give it to all of you, I would. In fact, part of the reason why I do this show is because I'm trying to bottle it and give it to you in, bite-sized pieces. But this is the one day I'm going to tell y'all it's okay to play the lottery. And I won't want you, to spontaneously combust in front of your kids. Wow. All right, let's go get this story thing done. Ian says the lock-on system sucks and the camera... Yeah. But hasn't that been true for all From Software's games? Haven't I been hearing From Software fans complain about that? The lock-on in the camera is trash. But it's not the worst I've played. I have played... and I kind of get why the lock-on system is so busted. It's because it's actually trying to be better than it can be, for lack of a better way to say that. And it's a hard concept to explain, but when you've played this game for this many hours, you see repetition. It's like, oh no, they're actually trying to make this targeting system extremely robust. It's just really, really, really effing hard to do that the way they're trying to do it. So they're actually trying to give you something excellent, and the execution is just not quite there. And I don't know if that's a technology limitation or if it's just extremely hard to manage that many moving variables in a room at a time. But like Arcania's targeting system is better than this game. But I think because Arcania is a much less complex game, it doesn't have to be as robust. But yeah, man, Rain Man's gonna make some garlic lime pretzel rolls and shrimp salad for. Well, thank you. I mean, why wouldn't you just kill me? Is it that you want suffering before the death? Is that your move, Ryan? You wouldn't just shoot me? Oh, God. What is going on? Clem says Chambers is secretly Black Ops. Secretly? What? Oh, God. No, they wouldn't want me anywhere near Black Ops, trust me. Like, all right, who farted? Chambers. Oh, come on, man. Listen, man, we had pretzels for lunch. What do you want from me? You can't fart in a room with other people, Chambers. Listen, man, everyone pretends to hate farts, but they secretly love them. They all want to smell them to judge them. Eddie Murphy said that, 1984. Comedian. Remember? He was right. That's why everybody laughed, because it was the truth. You all want to smell the fart. You just also regret smelling it. Thanos was not wrong. No, he wasn't. I think that's one of the beautiful things about these Marvel movies is they're like a simplified version of what Kojima does with Metal Gear. They make a lot of points with those films that are filled with like deep philosophical things. Like, yeah, Thanos isn't necessarily wrong. It's just, is that the way you want to do it? And that, you know, watching the movie, it's kind of like he's not all wrong, right? Something. Girl, I'm in your flower petal now. Gotta find a different way to say that. That doesn't sound not like innuendo. But no, she actually has a flower petal here. What do you want from me? Where is she still at the church? Okay, we'll go to the church. Save the game first though, and hopefully. Oh no! Let's just go to the church. We don't need to save shit. Just get to the church. Because if I save it and she disappears, I'm gonna be angry. Was Killmonger right or wrong? Depends on your perspective. What he was trying to fight against was absolutely right. What you're asking is, was his methodology justifiable? That's the question. He is absolutely right. Growing up in that level of poverty will make you see the world that way. You know, my dad came from that, and it's very hard not to turn into that guy when you come from that. But was his methodology for fixing it right? That's the question. Millicent, what's up, lady? Movie time.
There is something I must return to Malenia. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self. That allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot.
Oh, Clem, I've seen Mark Hamill's lines in the Batman games. Like Arkham City, Joker in that game. Woo! I don't usually like game stories, but that's a good one. Definitely, if you like game stories, try Arkham City. That don't play with your kids around though. Like I had to make my kids leave the room once. Like get out! Like what's happening there? Just get out! And then you find out later what's happening in that scene is not real. So it's like, oh God, thank God. But you just like, my kids can't see that. Damn it, Batman!
There is something I must return to Malenia. The will that was once her. The dignity. The sense of self. That allowed her to resist the call of the
to that, Clem, I say, Roger, if the books are worse than that game, then I can imagine it's pretty severe. Oh, so I didn't actually turn it on, did I? No, I gotta go back. All right, so when I save there is probably when Millicent will move to the room. Or, I don't know, maybe now. I think the story stuff is predicated on resting at table dances. Or what the game calls sites of grace, I call them table dances. There's a lot of grace being given out at a table dance. It takes a lot of, courage on the dancer's part. A lot of humility on the recipient's part. You gotta sit there and be danced in front of by a naked person and not feel vulnerable, or feel vulnerable. Crazy. Right now, when I pass the time, Millicent should show up here, right? It's like Malenia is definitely beaten. Or is she in the other room? Not in this room where Malenia was. That's altogether possible too. I can just check. Is she still at the church? She is. Huh. What do I need to do to get her to move? That's the side quest in this game is like, y'all worked so hard to make this game so polished, and then your quest system. On one hand, I like that there's no quest log because it's more organic. It feels more like an adventure. I get when people say I don't like the game to hold my hand, but it also wastes a lot of time. So it's like, I don't know the trigger to get this chick to move. There is one. I don't know what it is, but like just adding a simple quest log that says, do this thing next. Like just anything that kind of helps you save time. It doesn't have to be hand-holding. You don't even have to tell me exactly, like you don't have to give me a map marker. Just tell me where I should go. What's the vicinity? Something. But I mean, more than anything, the Dark Souls series is a mystery-solving game. The combat is all mysteries. You walk in, you don't know what's going to happen. You react to what's happening. Hopefully you survive, but if you don't, you learned. You get up, try again. Solving a mystery.
There is something I must return to Malenia. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self that allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot.
Oh, she's still here. Like, do I have to leave the region? I also want to see if the other guy been trying to move his move yet. Because he's definitely moved. He just hasn't shown up where he's supposed to land, which is here. Huh. Alright, let's just go anywhere else and come back and see if that switches. Turbo says, the marriage magic is not just that she likes you. Okay, go on. That it goes both ways. You welcomed her interruption and enjoy. Oh, yeah, of course. Are you kidding me? I'd have lit the Xbox on fire for that lady in the middle of the show. I don't give a shit. I always tell my kids, dude, anything that's happening in this room is less important than you. If you need to interrupt me, do it. My doors, even if it's closed, you can always get in here. It's unlocked, and if I manage to lock it, I leave the lockpicks outside. Go to work. Only a video game player would talk about lockpicks in a real life situation. But thank you, Turbo. Very kind of you to say. Bryant drove forklifts in Spec Ops. That's funny, man. It must be off. Or am I just not? No, I'm not close enough. Imagine living in this video game. You do. It's called life. It's just the the monsters are better dressed. That's all. Alright, now Millicent moving on. And let me check the quest log. Why is Millicent not moving? Did I like kill Malenia the wrong way? Because RPGs do that kind of nitpicky, ticky-tack shit. Like, oh, you were supposed to kill her using the blade in your left hand, so now you don't get the good ending. Like, fans of that, your mother must have really, really been bad to you. Like, really. Or your dad. Could have been your dad. But I'm guessing it was the mom. This strikes me as a mom situation. Alright, let's go to Millicent, please. There's a couple quests in this game I technically didn't finish, even though I did all the stuff, because I'm sure I missed something. Oh, take... Oh, okay, there was another thing I was supposed to do, apparently. Well, why didn't I have the option to do that? Or maybe I don't. Wait, yes, no, I absolutely... Don't I? This game is confusing at times. Alright, do I have this item they're talking about? Because now I can do the thing where I can get the really good ending. And I'm actually glad we didn't beat the game, because we would have got a bad ending. I didn't even think about that. I forgot to do this part. So, cool. I'm glad we lost. Because now, we can win. Alphabetical. One of the things I can sort by. It doesn't look like I have. Boston. Alright, let's go to her tower, because I don't see a button that says use that item here, and apparently I don't have the item yet, which leads me to believe it is over here. Where's the fine bird at? Oh, you pieces of shit. Do you mean I can't get there now? So if I did this part of the game, can I not get to her tower now? Is that what this game's trying to tell me? Is that the horse shit this game's trying to pull? So if I progressed the story and then killed Malenia, can I now not get her great room? Because if that's true, that is bullshit. But I would not put that past a role-playing game developer. Dumb shit like that. And then have all its nerdy friends brag about it. I didn't miss it because I'm smarter than everybody and my mom loves me. I'm mommy's good boy. Right, mommy? Didn't I follow all the rules? Alright. Let's see, how do we get to this stupid-ass tower after the story? Please, Google, don't be a fourth grader. I need you to be an actual damn search engine and not read the things I'm saying and send me a bunch of shit I'm not looking for. And I totally should have checked that. Dang it. Back here. Please don't tell me a story. Just be a list of things to execute. If you start saying, once upon a time, I used to play video games. No, did all that already. Like, even your quests have to be convoluted from software. Is this what your fans love? Having to read websites to figure out where to go next? I guess anything that distracts you from your real life sucking, huh? That equals good. Oh, sweet. Nope. There's just an added step. That's all. They didn't take my ability to do this away. They just added a step. I assume that's what it was. But the fact I had to look it up on a website tells me everything I need to know about role-playing game designers. You're all fucking horrible human beings. You're like Madden designers. You're very similar. Arrive at the location. There we go. You know what, though? The game does give you clues, though, that I'm now seeing. That is a huge clue. Okay. For more observant people that like solving mysteries, I can see how that would actually be cool. I'm not that guy, though, so. I am not the one that was made for. Are you that guy? So, how many people hear all this stuff that I'm talking about? I'd love to hear. I spend all this time talking about my crap, but what do you think? Like, do you like this mystery solving combat approach? I know Suba does. He doesn't need to answer. That's his jam. Alright, where's my guy at? What's up, Black? What you got for me?
Unusual to this eight. Have a safe journey.
Alright, where is the stupid thing at? I should have read more. Oh, no. By traveling. Oh, you have to start here. I got it. This isn't the end destination. This is where we start. Actually, it's right over here. Clem says, so Cap says, imagine living in this video game for real. Clem says he'd be dead soon after he was born. That's funny. I want that hat for real. I know, right? This is easily the dopest armor in the game. I have, I think, most of the armor sets, or at least a good majority of them. And I'm not absolutely in love with this one, but it is by far the best one. Like, I'm like, how is there not a damn ninja, like a legit good-looking ninja costume in this game? I do not understand that. But it is what it is, as they say. Oh, come on with the shooting at people when we just traveling. Just traveling, baby. You don't need to fight. I killed everybody. Why are y'all still here? I guess I didn't kill the last guy, technically. Huh? I guess you can still be here for that guy. Is this dude chasing me up the ladder? Yep. Of course he is, because video games. Get your ass up out of here. And now watch him come up the ladder and chase us. He's going to swing at us. He's going to swing right there. This game is cheap as shit. The fact that that's possible tells me everything about From Software designers. You're evil people. Evil, evil, evil. Actually, I think what I would say is From Software, like you hear this about entertainers a lot. I would say it like From Software is a company that makes games for game designers. Like, I guarantee you game designers love this freaking game. Maybe I'm wrong. I would love a game designer to come on and be like, that's the stupidest shit I ever heard. Or, yeah, you're totally right. Like, this is like, you hear things like an artist who's an artist, or a comedian who's like the comedian that all the comedians love. Like, there's definitely stuff in this game that's just troll shit designers do. That's like, come on, guys. Word. But designers get a kick out of it because they got to work, you know, and developers got to work an ungodly amount of hours on building all this crap. Wait, he was dead before. He comes back to life? Screw him. We're not staying here anyway. Although, I wonder, is killing him valuable at all? I know. It wasn't very valuable the first time. Woo! He's got a lot of health, boy. Although he's got hard body armor, the type of weapon I'm using is not necessarily all that effective at killing him. I don't feel like it. I'm just not in the mood to dance around for 7 minutes with the guy. Like, for me, combat needs to be 30 seconds for 30 seconds or less for lesser enemies, 3 minutes or less for a boss. That is my threshold. Anything longer than that, you're just wasting the player's time with repetition. And that's how you're creating the difficulty, is making things be able to last longer, and then the player can make more mistakes. I think that's one of the things I love so much about Operation Flashpoint. Like the combat simulator, it's like you get shot, that's a wrap. Ain't no respawns, ain't no health regen. If you got shot, you did something wrong. Get your ass back up, try again, ho. Woo! Look at what my guy got at the store today. Is this complete in the box? I already have it, but I wouldn't mind having another. Oh, you're all a gaggle of heathen whores from Navalor. Did I put one too many L's in it? Yes. Fix your search engine. I'm yelling at the search engine of my friend that owns my local game store. I hate the search engine they use. I love their web. I love their business. I love some of the features of their website that make collecting so easy. It's so time. They save me a lot of time, is the way I say it. It's not necessarily easy. It just doesn't. It's very time saving. But the search engine, spell one letter wrong, you are out of luck. It has no semantic search like Google does. I was going to say, if you're still making me do shit to open this door, you suck at how fun works. Alright. Me did it, man. It's always bocce ball time. Watch out, one. Ian says, I have to say, this game was not rushed out, and day one, no 5-hour update, and then, yeah. I think there were some definite in-game things that didn't get as much time as they needed, but I also think the designers are still working on that. Like, I think in a year, this game's going to be untouchable. Like, because all the good stuff I said about the game, I take none of it back. It's just probably not going to take the slot as my #1 game of all time. Which, I mean, think about it. Like, it failed to be my #1 game of all time. That's like failing to win the Super Bowl. Your ass was still there. Like, nobody... 30 other teams did not make it here. You were here. Yeah, losing sucks, but damn, you made it. No other teams were good enough to even do that. Yeah, is this like, so no, I would say pound for pound, Two Worlds is still more fun to me than Elden Ring, which is why Two Worlds would probably still be a game I like more. But I can say without any hesitation, Elden Ring is by far a better game than Two Worlds. I just like Two Worlds more. Like, Super Metroid is a better Metroid than Metroid. Shit, Axiom Verge is better than both of them. I still prefer original Metroid to those two games. And one of those two games is on my top 10 list, Axiom Verge. It's just not quite as much. I don't have quite as much love for it as I do for Metroid. And I tested that theory last year when we played Metroid together on stream. And I was like, yeah, I love Axiom Verge, but a lot of the things that make Axiom Verge a better game also make it take longer and take more of the player's time. And I love that Metroid, as long as you have a map, you can get through it pretty quick. Ian said, don't slap me. Like, Will, nah, I ain't slapping anybody. If I'm in a place, honestly, if I'm in a place where I feel like I need to slap a dude, I'm going to go talk to my doctor. Everything's not okay. If I'm in that state, I'm not saying anything about Will. He's his own man. If I'm in that state, some shit has seriously gone wrong and I need to talk to my doc. I'm not slapping anybody. Because it's just like that would take too much away from my own soul. Because you're disrespecting a man at quite possibly the highest level to do that. And I just couldn't. As much as I might hate a person or not like them, I can't take his... I would not be able to do something intentionally, I don't think, at least I hope, that intentionally reduces his masculinity and manhood. Like, because I wouldn't want it done to me. Like, if I'm getting slapped in the face, I did some egregious shit, you know? And I have been punched and slapped in the face. Shit ain't fun. But I don't think I could. Even if you supremely pissed me off, I think I would just walk away and not say anything. And I know you're kidding around. But it is interesting nonetheless. Yeah, Malenia's great is now mine. And the power of Shamborn united them as one. Land of Shambornia. Super Metroid was my favorite for a long time until Fusion came out. Yeah, everybody keeps telling me I gotta play Fusion, man. Like, and by the way, yes, Super Metroid was my favorite game of all time when I first played it. I beat that game. I could actually speed run that game when I was a kid. Like, and no bullshit. Like, speed runs aren't new. The first party where I ever got drunk, the first time I ever drank, I did a speed run of Super Metroid after I got drunk. So we all were drinking, and it was my first time drinking, so you know what that's like as a young man. Everybody's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a party. So my first time I ever drank, I go to this thing, and then we're all drunk, and it was, B, there's a Super Nintendo here. All right, is Super Metroid there? Yeah. B, you're playing Super Metroid. Show everybody how good you are at it. And drunk. I speed ran the game drunk at my quarterback's house during a house party. That's how good I was in Super Metroid and how much I loved the game. So yeah, speed runs ain't new, dog. Ian says Super Castlevania is my top 10. Yeah, dude, that's a great game. Love that game. It doesn't make my top 10, but that's because I suck at it. If I was better at the game, I'd probably like it more. All right, we now have Malenia's ability to get our health back as we attack, which will be super helpful in that final boss fight. I won't have to keep using all my, hopefully won't have to keep using all my special abilities. Cool. All right, well, that's freaking done and done. Let's go. Is Millicent moved yet? Nope, she's still at the damn church. Yeah, I'm lost on this one. I really wanted to show you guys this, but like there's another scene that's supposed to happen, and I don't know what I did wrong. Ah, that's good unsweet tea, man. I'm so glad I got used to drinking tea without the sugar in
There
it.
is something I must return to Malenia. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self. That allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot.
Hippie says, yo, B, you beat the game yet? Basically, I just beat what From Software fans tell me is the hardest boss ever. Wasn't really that hard. She's cheap as shit, but not that hard. But I have not beat the final boss, which now that I got all this new stuff, maybe we will do another stream. I'll do a couple practice runs off stream to make sure I can beat him. And then maybe we'll do another stream, but this... I'm kind of ready to be done with Elden Ring, to be honest with you. I think I've had my fill. Damn, that explosion, I was hoping to get him before he blew up. Took a lot of health there, baby. Rain says, Pistachio's coming to lend some muscle. Catch you on the flip. Word up, brother. Good to see you again, Rain. Talk to you soon. Actually, we should just make your nickname that. It's close enough to your name. Oh, man. You know, Rain, or Ryan, he's a grown-ass man that nobody gave a nickname to, guys. Can you believe that? I feel like he was cheated in his childhood. Everybody gets a nickname, even if it's something terrible. Right? Yeah, I'm at a loss. Any From Software nerds here that can tell me what I'm supposed to be doing? Oh, I forgot to check that other room. Let me go check there just in case. So yeah, I haven't technically beat the main story yet, but I just finished beating allegedly the hardest boss that was ever made in video games ever. I also didn't understand, like, people were complaining, like, she regens her health. I was like, yeah, but she doesn't get that much back. As long as you're doing enough damage and not getting hit, you ain't gotta worry about that. Like, just let her not hit your ass and you be good. In other words, stay away from her. And only attack from behind. I'm so glad we beat this on stream, man. So it's like we did it. The worst, and that's kind of why I really do encourage people to play this game. I am the worst Souls-like player ever in the history of these games. If I can beat Malenia, please believe you can do it. All of you. Every damn one of you that's having trouble with this fight is more... Even after the patch that made it impossible, it's not. You got it. Just keep working. Okay. I was hoping to give you guys a really cool cutscene here that I really built up, but now it looks like it's not happening. I'm going to look at the guide one more time, and then if I can't figure it out, we'll just take some comments and get out of here. And then either I'll do it or not. I cannot understand why Millicent's not moving. Let me Google that. Okay, let me just get to the part where she's at the church, because I did do that. I have spoken to Millicent at all the places you are supposed to find her. Okay, find Millicent in the prayer room. Once you have accessed the Halig tree, blah blah blah, defeat the rot worm at the FIL inner wall. Well, I had to have already done that if I'm fighting Malenia, right? I don't remember if I did or not. Continue through the area, reach the site of grace, travel down the Halig tree swamps. Rotworm will spawn on entering the swamp of rot. However, you do not need to stay in this deadly pool while fighting the creature. Remain on the swamp's edge to avoid rot buildup. Reload the area and return to where the rot worm was. Now you can make the final decision in Millicent's quest line. On a ledge on the right-hand side of the rot worm's pool, you will find 2 summoning marks. One of these marks will be golden, the other red. Choose the golden mark to assist Millicent. You'll be transported to Millicent's world, which you will assist her in taking on a quartet of invaders. Oh, okay, there's a whole thing I haven't done yet, which says it's here. Let's go here and see about it. So the quest guide I was reading didn't have this detail. That's what was missing. There's actually another part of this quest that I haven't done yet. I got to get to some swamp pool thing they want me to be at. So apparently I fought a rot worm down here. I mean, you fight so much stuff in this game. I don't know how it's possible to remember all of it. So yeah, I'll say Elden Ring is definitely one of the best games I've ever played. I just don't know if it'll make my top 10 favorites. Okay, here's the damn pool part. Like, did I come through here and not fight the thing I was supposed to fight? Is that how I did it? I got away. Isn't that Malenia's room right down there? Isn't that the big hole in the ceiling where we just fought her? Either way, we're about to get some help in this potential fight we're about to get into. Possibly. Oh, these dudes, y'all are the worst thing ever. Uh-huh. Try that sidestepping nonsense somewhere else, homie. I ain't the one. This is where it gets silly. Wait a minute. Isn't there? Yeah, dude. Way fast. I'm not going through this rot shiza. I'll work my way backwards. Honestly, these parts of the game are more fun to me than the boss fights. Like the finishing quests and completing things. That's actually... what I loved about Elden Ring was the adventure. The combat is my least favorite part of the game. But the adventure parts of this game, woo! Like if I could get an adventure game like here's what I'd do. I'd take 2 worlds crafting and customization system. I'd take my perfect game. Perfect RPG. I'd take Kingdoms of Amalur's combat, and then the leveling system from Star Ocean 2. Except, you know, you'd have to construct that for something that works in a more action-oriented game. But conceptually, a leveling system where if you know how to use it, you can level up a trait that you don't really know what it is, but if you pay attention, you'll figure out that that trait makes you level up everything else exponentially fast. So you pour all your points into that, and the rest of the game, you're an XP magnet. And you just level up. Because I think the max level in that game is 250. And it doesn't go terribly fast, but it goes way faster. Oh, I still haven't killed the dragon in this game yet either. That's another level or 2 I can probably get. Is by killing the dragon. That'll be... Oh, no, that's the wrong elevator. Wrong elevator, boy. This is the one you need, baby. You have to go to the middle of the water. I did. You talking about the water in that rot room? I did do that. I just didn't do it on this run because I don't feel like running through the Scarlet Rot. But I have been through that room before. Final Fantasy is a great grand up level system game. Which one? My favorite leveling system in Final Fantasy. Oh, damn it. I was at the right elevator the first time. Oh, Chambers. My favorite leveling system in Final Fantasy is probably Final Fantasy X. And then my favorite combat system in a turn-based RPG ever is Final Fantasy 12. That's why it's hard for me to hate completely on Final Fantasy, because as much as I don't like the series, 10 was just a fantastic leveling up experience. And 12's combat system, where you could program the fights and not have to do everything yourself like a micromanaging crazy person, it's amazing. But you still had control over it because you programmed your players the way you wanted them to be. Uh-oh, Tag's in the house. What's up, homeboy? Welcome back. Glad to have you. Yep, knew that counter was coming. I was like, you got to be quick if you're going to do this. He's going to hit you with that. That is probably one of my most hated spells in this entire video game, is that one right there. I actually have access to it too, and like every spell in every role-playing game ever since forever, when you get the spell, it sucks. When the enemy uses it, it's awesome. Dang, one-hit kill, huh? I'll buy that. Oh wow, I left a lot of stuff down there. I didn't even realize that. What's up, home? Actually, probably stop wasting my magic on that one. Ooh, if I'm in that dude's chest, he can't hit me with his range. That's good to know. Good to know, baby. Tag says, what up? Praise Jesus. Really glad to be here right now. Lost a good buddy over the weekend and oh yeah, man. Woo! That's hard, brother. You doing okay otherwise? I know that's a hard situation to be in. Ian says 10 was great, 13 was fun, and 15. Love driving the car and looking at how the boys. Yeah, the whole brothers on an adventure. I got to figure out how to get into that, because I just never did. Oh, I didn't kill this big tree dude either. I hate that guy. First. Yeah, and like 13, I remember everybody hating it. And I was just like, "What? This is exactly like 10. What are you all mad about? What did I miss?" Except the combat system's not as good as 10. And the leveling system is arguably not as good, but it's conceptually a very similar game. What are you actually mad about, children? It's like, you know what they're mad about? Their lives are so amazing that they're mad about the shit that's not as good as amazing. That's what they're mad about. That's what we're all mad about. We want our lives to be amazinger than they already are. Hence, anger. Where's that dude that was hiding? Mm-hmm. All that hiding now, ho. How about that? Dang it, I didn't realize I was in the rot water. Roll your ass off, Scarlet Rot. No worries. I made like 100 of those once I realized Scarlet Rot was this game's favorite thing. I was like, alright, let's get a couple of these on the docket. Dang, did I have 2 Scarlet Rots? What the hell? Or is just being in the room causing rot? Is that what's happening? I can't remember. No, it's not just being in the room. Just had a lot of it. Apparently. I say he's on line with me. That should still hit. Unless he's vertically small, I guess. He's on my flight path. Those really shouldn't be misses. This game is a little bit too nitpicky. Bow and arrow. Stand to balance that. Gotcha, bitch. I was gonna say, what exactly am I missing? Ooh, almost one-shotted you, boy. Really? Started moving around because you sensed I was about to shoot at you? Person you never even met or seen before? That's what you about to do, ho? Wait a minute. No, dang it. I get these menus so screwed up sometimes. Real. Oh, there was another one in here. I didn't get to him fast enough. Lord. There we go. Game time, bitches. So yeah, like Clem, I've been here. What was the next move for this worm thing they want dead? Tag says, this part is pulled out of Dark Souls 3. I hate From Software and their underwater enemies. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about my Bloodhound Step. That would have been really useful. Which one of my blades has Bloodhound Step on it? I put it on one of these joints. I thought it was one of my katanas. Go by type. Just be a line of katanas. There she is. Let's get her in the inventory, shall we? See, I've been here. I don't remember if I killed a worm. Probably didn't. Is it this thing over here? Is it the other pool on the other side is what I'm supposed to be going to? I definitely didn't do that, so that's what you want me to do. Hey, fella. What's up, baby? Just up here sunbathing? It's good to see you, dog. Stay black, man. Come on in. No boss fights. Hey, big dude. What's up? Take a little break to talk to you. I am almost out of batteries, so nope. We'll have to make another run to get some. Maybe tonight after the stream, I'll take you. Or I tell you what, I got to take your brother to football practice. I'll pick up some batteries then. You're correct. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Please finish. No, look. How many? Well, first of all, what kind of batteries do you need? For? What do you mean any kind? There's like 9 different kinds. AA, that's what I'm asking. Here you go. Just one? There you go. Yeah, I'm not going to give you a battery that doesn't work. That's silly. All right, quick break, gang. I'm going to hang out with my little guy, get him squared away. I'll be right back. Yeah, you're more than welcome, buddy. Love you. No, I'm coming out. Leave it open. Tag just made a statement as if he and I are the exact same person. He says, on the topic of Final Fantasy and leveling, I love the materia system in 7, but hate just about everything else about that game. That is my exact review for Final Fantasy 7. If I had to sum up all of my thoughts for Final Fantasy 7 in one sentence, that's it. Man, that materia system is awesome. End of review. Everything else in that game is ugh. The main protagonist is a bitch. The main antagonist is a worse bitch. It's like, I don't want to play as a bitchy man. That's the worst type of people on earth, is a bitchin' ass man. Ugh. Who wants to be around that guy? Alright, I guess we're going to fight this worm thing. Is that what's up? Thought we were done with all these silly boss fights. They're like, nope. Billy, you got plenty more. Where's the part where it says you can call your friends? They said I could call friends here. I don't see any of my friends. Where are my friends at? Or am I in the wrong... Clem, am I in the right place? I don't know why I'm asking Clem for directions. We got to figure out something else for Clem to do in the community, because navigating is not going to be it. Maybe he can be in charge of the badminton tournament. Got to get that badminton tournament started. Tag says, I wanted to snap the disc in half when Cloud did his whiny nonsense and leaves your party. Bitch, I've been leveling you for 40 hours. Get back here, fool. Oh, dude, but that's such a... Like, was Final Fantasy VII your first Final Fantasy? That'll tell me everything I need to know about that statement. Because had you played Final Fantasy III on Super Nintendo, you'd have been just fine with that shit in 7. I can't take Final Fantasy VI. That game is a freaking nightmare. All the party switching, you got to level 40 different people and none of them get XP when they're not in combat. Like, ugh. Who is this game for? Hey, fella, where's the damn thing where I call my friends? No, not those friends, other friends. Damn it, I was trying to stay out of the water. Whoopsie. So, according to the guide, I'm supposed to show up here and be able to call in friends to help me do that fight, or am I conflating that with some other shit because I can't be bothered to read a 700-word essay just to get the 4 steps to finish this quest, you shitty blog writers? Actually, I should say shitty Google. It's not the blog writers' fault that they're being made to write all that dumb shit just so Google will pay attention to their website. But, nevertheless. Damn, all the way back here, huh? That kind of sucks. Alright, let me actually read the quest so I can do it right. Oh, I gotta kill the worm first. I got it. Understood. We got worm hunting to do. It's interesting. This is a completely optional boss that they just basically made up for this quest, apparently. Because there's no other reason for that boss to be there. Pretty interesting. It's one of the first games I've ever played where, like, you know what? Maybe a little less content would be nice. Ooh, you do what I do. Nice move. I like that. But you still ain't winning, ho. That was a good move. He pulled one of my tactics on me. Game using the player's own tactics on him. Respect. I'm actually surprised that From Software is able to make a game where the enemy AI is actually, like, quasi not completely stupid. It's a pretty nice touch. There we go. You know, the last time I did this, for real, I'm pretty sure I just ran for it and just let these things chase me. Because it's just, like, this is the part of the game I don't like. Like, you methodically have to go through this to get to the next part. Like, speed, man. I don't want to do, like, this is just wasting my time. Because I've already done it. Then it's like, alright, I really just want to get through this thing so I can go fight the worm again. But it's going to make me dance around like an idiot, you know, fighting these guys in the swamp for 4 minutes before I can go do the thing I want. So my brain is constantly keeping track of the clock, like, oh god, I just want to get to the fight. Shit is too slow. Alright, here we go, man. All the bocce ball right here for you. Now let me go back to the stream so I can see you wonderful folks. Did I ever play Borderlands 2? I did. In fact, I think that was the first game I ever did a video review for, or second game I reviewed. I think Borderlands 2 was my second video review ever. Back when I used to review games and thought that that was a worthwhile use of my time. Clem says, I blame Chambers. It's all his fault. Yeah. Cool, Tag. Sounds like you're handling your situation pretty good. I'm real proud of you, man. Killing. Ian says Square Enix storylines are very good. They do cook up some pretty good stuff. Cannot argue that. He says Stone Cold Killer there. You ain't even jumped to the next route. You just dropped. But, you know, I was, like, shocked that this game has as much platforming as it does. Like, man, From Software games controls kind of stink. Why are they making us jump so much? And it's not that their controls stink. They're just, they're clunky. I don't know a better word. They're just clunky. They're not clumsy. They're not like I can't control what I'm doing or messing it up. It's just, it's basically like trying to, if your character were walking through molasses, that is how this game feels. It's like your character's just walking through molasses. And that's unfun for a guy who used to make his whole life about how fast he could run. And how hard he could hit people while running fast. Yeah, so this game's a little challenging for me at times. Alright, switch here. Switch there. Watch out for my guy. Clem, thanks for the heads up for this guy up here, too. That was very helpful. Knowing that he was coming. Get him before he moves. There you go. Smoke his ass. Hey, I got the Pest's glaive. Gangsta ass glaive from the Pest. I'll jump for you this time, Tag. How's that? Is that better? Alright. I have a sneaking suspicion that you can make this jump, and that by doing it, it gives you a boon. Where you at, big dude? That wake his ass up? No? I just jumped here for no reason, and now I gotta go through Scarlet Rot to get out of here. Sure, okay. Get it. Try to get as close to the ledge as we can without setting off big worm guy. Actually have an idea. We can get him to come out and just stay behind him right here. Does just going in the water make him come out? Sure does. Does he not know I'm here? What's up, huh? You seem really unhappy to have to be here, brother. You okay? We don't have to fight. We just cool out. Okay. Listen, man, we don't have to do this. We can be buddies. I promise. I cannot handle depth perception in this game. I can never tell how close the shit is to me or far. It's just... Ooh, great. He's got a one-shot kill move. That'll make this fight even more fun to do. Like, this is what I'm talking about with From Software games. There is nothing hard about this fight. He just has a lot of complex shit he can do that you need to react to. That's very tedious and fucking boring and takes time. That is the concept that I think will be forever lost on me. That I have to run through this stupid-ass pool every time I want to refight this thing. Like, that's the type of shit in games I just can't abide over time. Like, you're going to make me run through this little sequence every time I just want to repeat this boss fight. That is no fun. I'm just trying to finish a quest. And you're not letting me do it. It's bueno. Esto es muy malo. Alright, I am not sniping these stupid ass things. I don't have the patience to be great at this game, so I'm just gonna impatiently do what I do. What's up, dog? I love that the stamina doesn't start depleting until you get close to the enemies. That was one, at least, decent thing I feel like these designers did. Shit, I knew I was gonna miss that. Yeah, I was on the stream last night, Tag. I was talking to you. All right, maybe you're just making that point in general, and that statement wasn't directed at me. Yeah, you're right, though. Yeah, I was watching Clem play, and I was like, that... I haven't played Bloodborne in a long time, but I got the impression from watching him, like, oh, that seems immediately less clunky than Elden Ring. Like he just seemed to be moving faster and more fluidly than this game allows. I don't know if that's true or if it was just my perception, but that's what it seemed like while watching. All right, we'll give this one more go, and then we really will get up out of here because I got to get ready to take my son to football practice. I will totally cheat my way out of this. I don't feel like going through the stupid-ass Scarlet Rot Pool time-wasting marathon 7 more times. Wish you could get the ability to fly in this game. I'd just fly up there and do it. Get a jet. Can we get jetpacks in the DLC? No? Oh, well. Tag says Final Fantasy VII was indeed my first Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's why you hated the party switching. You never played 6 and wanted Earth to come to an end. Like, when I started learning on the internet, like, the internet was my first teacher that I was a weirdo. Because in my circles, I always seemed kind of normal. And then I went on the internet, it was like, oh, no, I'm crazy as shit compared to these people. Like, everybody loves Final Fantasy VI, and that was the shit that made me stop wanting to play Final Fantasy. I was like, oh, everybody loves this? Oh, wow, and the thing I talk about hating is the main thing that they like. Wow, that is, I don't know what to do then. That means there's going to be a lot more video games made that I don't like. Because people love all this shit that I hate. Harlequin, what's up, homie? You had more of the Illusion of Gaia RPGs growing up on SNES. Gotcha. Yeah, I had Secret of Mana. That was my NES RPG. And Final Fantasy II. So Final Fantasy II was my first real... Like, I had touched the original Final Fantasy. I had played it. Final Fantasy II was the first one I actually sat down and played. I mean, you guys have seen me hold up a copy of that several times on this show. Unfortunately, none of the copies I hold up are my original copy. The loose copy I show you guys I bought at a bazaar, like a games fair. And then the full in-box copy I got off of Craigslist from a guy that kept his whole collection in really good condition and sold it to me for a really fair price. So I got the maps and everything, baby. It's like it waits for you to stop spinning, then like, fuck you. Hate this game. I think I really do hate this game. I think that's the point. I think you're supposed to hate it. Not that running through this forest is going to inherently be any easier than the way I was trying to do it. I don't need it to be easier. I just want it to be fast, man. I hate spending time doing the tedious shit in these games, and when it requires you to keep fucking repeating it over and over again. It's like, enough, motherfuckers. I got it. You want this to suck a lot. It does. Now let me go. You won. You made the thing suck. Enough. Not exactly sure where I'm supposed to be going. I hate that fucking spell. Alright, I'm not actually sure where to go to make this right, but fuck that swimming pool. I'm not going back that way. Harley says, not much. Been listening to a ton of Kennedy speeches, and they have me wanting to do politics again. That sentence doesn't even make sense to me. You watched a speech, and that makes you want to do politics. So you saw a speech, and you want to go win a popularity contest? Is that, is that what you're telling me? Or you want to actually get involved in the civic process of making our country better? Is that what you mean? If the latter, cool. You have my support. If the former, I certainly won't work against you. I'll just say enjoy yourself. I always tell people, would you still want to be a politician if it was required that the whole country hate you while you're doing your job? Would you still do it? The answer is no, then you don't want to do politics. You just want people to like you. Which is the exact reason I dislike most of the politicians I know, because they're not honest about that shit. Like, I know you're here to win a popularity contest, bruh. We all want to be liked. Let's be honest about that shit. Let's stop bullshitting each other. You want me to believe that you're... And Harley and I have already had this conversation, so I know that's not true about him. But it's like, you really want me to believe the only reason you're here is to make shit better? For real? Like, do you also believe Hansel and Gretel didn't get eaten by that crazy bitch in the woods? The version of the story you got was changed. Them kids got ate. the original story. Sorry they changed it for you because they realized our whole generation of people are soft. I totally ruined that story. It's like somebody's favorite childhood story and they had no idea it's not the real version. What? That's my favorite story. Sorry. Favorite story is about cannibalism. And then I ended up landing. I hate this game. I hate everything about it. I'm done. Just the opportunity for failure in this game, and this is a critique I will give it. The opportunity for failure is not properly balanced with the equal opportunity for joy. And one of my friends that reviews games, he didn't use those exact words, but that's what he meant. And I think if you were here, he'd be like, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. The pain and the time it takes to do a thing in this game is often not worth the emotional payoff. Which is why I often jokingly, but it's not necessarily lying, say that maybe you do kind of have to be a little depressed and like pain to enjoy this game. TK says, you beat Malenia, good shit. Yeah, I beat her. She wasn't that bad. I'm just glad I finally beat her so that when I say things like she's actually not that hard, now I have the evidence. So it's not like, well, you haven't beat her yet. Well, here you go. Told you. Woo! And the funny thing is, I have beaten her almost that bad, or actually exactly that bad, but I lost the final. Basically, I've gotten her down to the last encounter, and then it's whatever. It comes down to what move does she pick versus what move I pick. I've gotten the fight that far where I just am not practiced enough at all of her potential moves to dodge them. And, like, I got there with no rune arc. Like, and weirdly, even with the rune arc, her first form still went way worse than I've done her first form way better than that with no rune arcs and hell, damn near no gear. Like just one sword, no shield, go to work. And we dusted her ass off. But, you know, it's clear that they wanted the fight to be harder than I think the programming allows, so they're cheating around it. It's like, let's boost her, let's make sure she gets her health back faster, let's make sure even when you're holding her, you know, you have her stun lock, she can still jump out of it. They just cheat. They cheat around the player's ability based on, because there's no way the designer can know how good you're going to be at fighting their thing. They have to adjust it, you know? And we live in a world where now you can update these games. I think that's pretty cool, because they can constantly be updating this game to make sure it's playing well for the people who love it. I think that's a good thing. Hippie says you got to be a masochist to love this game. Well, I am a masochist. I'm just I'm not a masochist. That's the point I'm making. Like, I'm a total masochist when there is an equal payoff for the masochism. This game doesn't have an equal payoff for me. That's all. Like, I'm totally like, dude. If you've seen my workouts online, bro. You know I'm a batshit crazy person. But I'm just not masochistic with things that I don't find enjoyable. Like, I'm not masochistic about, you know, cutting grass. You don't see me running around filming myself cutting people's lawns for 24 hours a day. Like, I'm masochistic with shit that actually benefits my life. But you're right. I'm not arguing with you, Hip. You're absolutely right. You have to have some level of masochism to enjoy this. Because there's some deaths I've had in this game where completely the designer's trolling me. And my reaction wasn't anger. It was laughter. Like the first time I got hit by one of those Indiana Jones death balls, I laughed out loud. I said, this game has Indiana Jones death balls. That's awesome. Like some of the deaths I think are hilarious. Some of the masochism I think is great because it's comedy. But the masochism of having to run a marathon, basically this game is the French, which one is the bike race with Lance Armstrong? This race is the Lance Armstrong race if he had to masturbate while he was racing. That's what this game is. So yeah, technically it's hard, but why the fuck would you do some of it? And that, my friends, is where we will leave it. I'll clean up all this shit on off stream so you don't have to see me be terrible at the game for hours at a time and bitching at the parts of the game that I wish were different and aren't going to be different. And that's fine that they're not different. The universe has plenty of other video games for us to play. So, I think when we come back, we'll have a mix of We're definitely going to get into Elix 2. In fact, I have promised myself I won't take that out of the plastic until I beat this game. But hell, I beat Malenia. That may be good enough for me. So Elix 2 is coming. We'll definitely get back to Madden. I don't have a camera set up because I've been somewhat under the weather. So I can't show you this stuff on camera right now. But we've got Chorus, that space combat game. But it's actually really, really story-driven. I'm interested to see what the story's about. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands that we'll be playing with my kids and my man Patrick. Suikoden 5 is on the horizon. And then we'll definitely get into NBA 2K22, which for all of you here who are not on my private messaging services with some of the folks I talked to in our inner circle, you're not aware that if you've watched any of my Madden streams, you know that I don't play as the real teams. I make my own. Now, it is the real team. I'm playing as the Washington, well, in my version of Madden, they're still called the Washington football team. They're now the Washington Commanders. But what I do is I delete all the players that are on the team, and I just replace them with me, my kids, and my friends that I played football with. So every character in that game is a real-life human who has somehow had a positive impact on my life. That's the point. And so, like, my dad's in the game, even though he's passed away. It's one of the ways I memorialize him, is by showing the world how awesome he actually was as an athlete. Like, that's something that people really don't know about my dad, because he was a world-class warrior during his time on Earth. Literally, he led armies, no bullshit. But he was also a world-class athlete, and that's the genetics I come from. He was a 3-letter varsity player in college, like it was nothing. If they had had more professional athletics when my dad was coming up, he definitely would have been in that. And so I get to show people, like, my dad was actually this good at football. Like, I've seen him play as an adult against other grown-ass men, and my dad is not a fucking game. And then some of my other friends that I play football with are there. But the surprise is on NBA 2K22, we have a new character coming in. A new guy we're adding. It is a guy, I'll give you that hint. We have a new lady, too, though. We have a new guy that's joining, and you guys are going to be really excited to see who got added to our team. And I don't know, maybe one day some member of this show will get added to a team because you had a positive, powerful impact on my life. Anyway, friends, this has been a lot of effing fun. I enjoy coming here with y'all, talking shit about these terribly awesome video games, and just in some way, shape, or form, just showing you that somebody out here does give a shit about you and hopes that you win. All right? Love you guys much. We are stronger than I. See you back here on the next one.